me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no, oh me to, asui. Oh me la funula. Oh me la funula. Oh me no, oh me to, asui. On va faire les voix dans les voix. On va faire les voix dans les voix. On va faire les voix dans les voix. On va faire les voix dans les voix.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening, Revolution fans and African Magic Temple fans from all over the world. An image and a video, a reel, should I say, was brought to our attention this morning about a certain account called Mecca that's using African Magic Temple's videos to scam and deceive people, on both platforms, Facebook and Instagram. And we would like to inform the community that this person or this profile has no relation or no mutual agreement with AMT in whatsoever way. And so we would like to also bring to your attention that if you are by any means contacted by this person, please do not take or believe that we are associated with this person. And this is his profile. So the video that was shown, I want to show you the original video. The video compared to the video that he has on his reel and his Instagram. So this is the original video, which was taken at one of our 31st end of year ceremonies. And you could see that in this whole video, you could see that display has almost the whole cut of the video as compared to his reel, where he has only taken only a certain portion, showing only the dancer and talking about him cutting himself and with a knife. And at that point you start saying that the knife, it wasn't enough, and he starts talking about the blade. A blade is sharp, and all this he's saying it to deceive people, because the way he's expressing it as if he's the one who has given this person in the video the power or the authority to be able to have this kind of ability, which is not the case. Thank you very much. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, Revolution fans and African Magic Temple fans from all over the world. An image and a video, a reel, should I say, was brought to our attention this morning about a certain account called Mecca that's using African Magic Temple's videos to scam and deceive people, on both platforms, Facebook and Instagram. And we would like to inform the community that this person or this profile has no relation or no mutual agreement with AMT in whatsoever way. And so we would like to also bring to your attention that if you are by any means contacted by this person, please do not take or believe that we are associated with this person. And this is his profile. So the video that was shown, I want to show you the original video. The video compared to the video that he has on his reel and his Instagram. So this is the original video, which was taken at one of our 31st end of year ceremonies. And you can see that in this whole video, you can see that this player has almost the whole cut of the video, as compared to his reel where he has only taken only a certain portion, showing only the dancer and talking about him cutting himself and with a knife. And at that point, you start saying that the knife, it wasn't enough, and he starts talking about the blade. You know, a blade is sharp. And all this, he's saying it to deceive people, because the way he's expressing it as if he's the one who has given this person in the video the power, the authority to be able to have this kind of ability, which is not the case. Thank you very much.
Atakwi and some other herbs and put it into an alcoholic bottle with an alcohol, and the woman will be taking a little bit from time to time, so that her wounds and everything and the body will come back to normal. So Atakwi has so many uses. Hello.
Hello.
I said I am doing, and that's why they work with me. I don't know, but they had never really controlled me or give me orders that you should be like this, should be like that, go and be a Rasta, go and be, no, they never gave me that. I'm just me. I live my normal life, but they work with me. But I have not been teaching about dwarfs, because most of the time the dwarfs that people talk about are all scam. So I hadn't been teaching, but recently there was an issue that came up, and I had to get one of the dwarfs from the spiritual room, and then I haven't even given it drink for almost 2 to 3 years. But then when I got it out and brought it in, I was looking for another dwarf that was a Japanese dwarf that I was working with. I didn't get it from Japan, I got it from Africa, even before I knew that it was a Japanese tea. So I was looking for it, I couldn't get it. And then the one that is the one I had been working with, there's a Ghanaian or African or everyone, just told me that he is still there. So I went and brought it here, and everybody become fire, started shaking everybody, throwing people down. Then I gave it to the boys, and they are using it daily, and I think they are seeing changes and real things happening to them. So when you come, just remind me of the dwarfs that are with me, and then I will introduce 1 or 2 to you to work. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. So I've prayed for everybody, and I'm thanking the spirits, and all you are living is the one that is going to live when you drop this physical body off. So your essay is your God. It actually is the only God that you should look at first before anything else, because it is the totality of everything. Because without its approval, nothing happens in your life. Even for you to be rich, to be poor, to be clever, to get a good wife, to get a bad wife, it's all decided by your essay. That's how the Aves look at essay as one of the paramount among the Trinity. That's why we give a lot of a name. You know here we give a lot of essay name to our children, because it is the most celebrated God among the Trinity. Maoga Sobolisa, you will never hear anybody giving their children the name Sobolisa. And you will not hear anyone giving their children or their business Kitikata. But you hear people calling Esenyu, Esena, Sedinam, Seli, Sehonam, Sechuafia, Setonyu, Setowu, Sebuabe. All Ese. So Ese is the most celebrated God in the Trinity. So the Aves look at Ese as the main thing. Without the essay, there is nothing that can happen in your life. If your essay doesn't agree, nobody can kill you. So how will your essay not agree before, how can your essay be before you will not agree? Because you have to strengthen your essay to the point that when people say they wanted to feed your essay will tell them that no, I am full, I don't need food. So if they cannot feed the essay, how can they attack the essay? But if you don't know how to work your essay, and your essay is weak, and your essay is hungry, if somebody wants to destroy you, they'll ask, they say, oh, what will you eat? So that your essay joto, which is in the human being, can live, you can leave the person, and then the physical body will fall off. Then they say, so because I'm hungry, I'm not supposed to eat chicken, but give me chicken. And they give you chicken meat, and then your man who is me, like me, then I didn't know, I'll go and eat chicken somewhere, and then I'll get sick and die. So without the essay, without compromising the essay, nothing can happen. So everything in your life is actually directed by your essay. Even the parents that gave birth to you, it is your essay who chose them for you. Thank you very much, Vikram. I'm very grateful. My regards to the family. Then we have Dr. Sean Thompson, Aboro, Aboye, Aboshishe, our Evi will say Bolu, Boya, Abokite. Thank you very much. And can Ebo be made to correct this, to right one's wrong? Yes, sometimes Ebo can be made to correct your this, but there will be some punishment in such a way that the punishment will not be more than your physical body can handle. But it's not like writing it off. No. Punishments will come. Let's say, for instance, the thing that you have done, and it's very bad, and someone is supposed to shoot you with gun, and then you die, and that is the payment for whatever you have done. I don't know, I'm just giving an example. So what may happen is that you may be, that is the point that you need to die for whatever wrong you have done. As karma may pay you according to your deeds. So if you do Ebo or do Vosa, or what the white man call ritual, that, oh, I have realized that I have done things, and I want to pay for my wrongdoings, but I don't want the punishment to destroy me, but I should be able to live and continue worshiping God. I should also continue to live to help humanity move forward. What may happen is that you may be going somewhere and you may have a car accident. And in that car accident, you are not going to die. Maybe you break a limb. The pain that you will be having, which you have already inflicted on people, would have come. You will be feeling pain. You broke a limb. So now you are not dead. Then slowly that heal. You are okay. Then one day you are going somewhere and somebody throws stone, hit your head, bah! You say, Ajay, and then you went to hospital and then you treated. So the punishment is coming in a way that it will not destroy you, but you are feeling the pain. That is what Ebo and ritual can do, by trying to edit and also by reducing the impact of what would have happened and destroy you when rituals are done. Then the spirit world knows that you have recognized your own wrongdoing and you are trying to do something. So they will punish you, but the punishment will come in longer form than coming as one impact to destroy you. So Dr. Sean Thompson, that's what it is. Thank you very much for that question. Then we have my cousin and big brother for Martin Kobler. Agreed, even the Bible, which I also believe is a parody and corruption of our ancient ethics, say that their father's sins shall be visited upon their children. That's very, very true. Thank you very much, F.O. Martin. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. So I think we are having a very interesting conversation today. It's beginning to become interesting as far as when a sect came into it. I think Van Perico, thank you very much for starting this conversation. It is very good that we are all learning from our own lives and our own experiences, so that tomorrow we will know what is the right thing to do and what not to do to create more of karma or sanskara, as they may call it in some what do you call it? As they may call it in Sanskrit, sanskara, that we will be able to avoid so many of them. Then we have there's a question up. Let me see. Okay, I think that one, like it, so that we know that it has been seen already. It's not going through?
It's light. It's just that I don't know.
It's what?
It's light. It's just that there's an error on this page.
Ah, okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. So we have Vampirico. It says, Papa, is it true that as part of the Ebo of Vosa, the spirit may ask for dancing, drumming, and singing? Yes, in some shrines and temples, when a spirit mounts you, then maybe you may dance, you may drum, you may sing. But if the Vosa can be a dancing and drumming, I've not come across many of those yet. Maybe it is possible, but that you just dance and that is the Ebo and that's the Vosa for a particular ritual. You may dance during other things, and they may be doing some other things. They will ask you to dance. Like there's a black powder that when I prepare it, it was taught to me by one of my long time good spiritualists. Now we are no more that friendly as we used to be. But he taught me this, that it's a black powder that I use for very special and very serious illnesses that people cannot heal, but I do use it to heal. And that black powder, when you are preparing it, it gets to a point you have to sing a song and dance for the black powder before even putting it on the fire. And that's the key that makes it work. But just to say that you did something wrong and the spirit will request that you should dance and then drum and then sing, and that is to forgive you, I have not come across it that much. Maybe there is, but I haven't come across it yet. I haven't come across it yet. Like it and see what I do like. So how come that one is?
This one.
Okay, there's something wrong with that J. Bokiso. Okay?
He retracted it.
Okay, he retracted it, so that's why. Okay. So we have a last thing here. Good afternoon, Papa. Please, why is it that some Vodou shrines have the images of Jesus and Mary? Okay, let me take that part. I don't know why some Vodou shrines have the image of Jesus and of Mary. You see, there is a problem that is going on. A lot of times, people want to equate Christianity, Islam, and other religions into, equate them with our traditional spirituality. Because a lot of people know that the church doesn't have any power. But people go to church more than going to the shrine. And even if they will go to the shrine, they go in secret, hiding, night. That alone is showing the inferiority complex of the black African person who thinks that everything that comes from the European white man is better than what we have. And then there are shrines who are trying to make business by trying to get people who are Christians who are going to church to come to their shrine openly or in such a way. So they may put the image of Jesus and Mary there. So you will just take it that, okay, after all, it's Jesus and Mary image. And you forget, don't you know that that image of Jesus Christ and Mary were either made out of cement, clay, plastic, wood carving, whatsoever. That so long as it's in the form of European, then it is okay. People can approach it. If it is in form of our katakrai, like our African face, then it is too bad. It is evil. But if because I've even seen our president, the current president, trying to kiss the image of Mary. Yes, trying to kiss the image of Mary Magdalene, Mary Jesus of Mother Jesus, Mary Mother of Jesus. That's how Catholic people say, Mary Jesus, Mother of Jesus Christ. And it is okay. Everybody accepts it. Means he has done a very great job. But if our president had gone to cleanse the image of any of our traditional shrine, or image in any of our traditional shrine, I tell you, hell will break loose on him in this country. And everybody would have condemned him, would have called him names, and maybe he wouldn't have been a president by now. So people putting images of Jesus Christ and white people and Mary and all kind of Indian images, it's just, even the India one is still fearful, but then the European one is fine. And people would go to that shrine without worrying, because after all, it's Jesus Christ is there. It is Mary that is there. They have forgotten that it is the same wood that was used to carve our traditional Vodou. Is the same. This thing is not focused on me well. I can't see myself well. But my heart, the way it is, doesn't focus on me very well. I can't see. See, like this, this thing has gone sideways. I don't know whether it is. I did it like that. Yeah. It's not supposed to. Set. It's not supposed to. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
We've started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, wherever you find yourself at this moment. It is once again we are meeting today, Sunday, the 15th. Is it 15 today, right?
Yes.
15th of May, and we are again going to discuss about our African traditional spirituality into details. And I'm welcoming all of you. I am your host, Christopher Voncujovi, or popularly known as Bokor, Christopher Voncujovi. Thank you very much for all of you joining us. I'm going to say a very quick libation, going to pour libation, and then from there we can continue. So please get your questions and confusions and misunderstandings all together, and send them to us so that we can be able to see if we can answer the questions. Thank you very much. Oh, ago mauga sobolisa, ago mauga sobolisa, ago mauga sobolisa, mauga tutikata, mauga ese, mauga tutikata, mauga ese joto amejoto, senanu amesete enuana, omano pebi dokuna pebi, omano bi mebi anu dokuna pebi okwe dokuna pebi mebi anu pebi okwe do abu. Me yo sene popoli ko sene tafi. Here me bete Yes, I'm for I should say before I should put down where Braxa, my also, your tablet of the poor who is sort of come on. Eh, may your man also, dear, and it is okay, catch a family activity. You're home, you may your when I'm going to for them, then cannot be. Oh, may your kind, but you were kind on your kind, you were kind, so what kind of what kind of time if you're kind of Tabata. But remember, I do not put on the future or something. Yɛn nu daa ma yɛde hɔ maa ɔwɔ kap wɔ kɔ mi ɔ zango ɛn bi bi ɛkɛ na ɛkɔ gbèsè yɔra kɛkɛ wɔ jɔ pata jɔ kapu fɔkɛ mɛ bɔl mɛ tsi mɛ bɔl mɛ domi mɛ koklo kɔ atɔ fɛ fɔm jɔ domi o dɛbɛ dɔbɛ mɛ tɔ yɛ mɛ mɛ di o tɔ ɛn kɔri kɔ bɛ nyi lɛ fɛ mɛ bɛ tɔ ba jɔ tu zɔ kple bu mɛ nɔ tɔ fɛ ka jɔ pata bɛ yɛ lɛ kaki edzo fɔ va jɔ ni yɛ jɔ pata bɛ fia jɔ pata mɛ trɔ na mɛ gbɛ dɛ amɔ lo abi fa gbɛ wuli mɛ na yɛ afi mɛ jɔ lo jọpata kẹfẹ mẹ yọ mẹsàn án bọ níbi fámìlì ìtàpá pẹ̀lú tí zùgbó lu àjẹ ìgbòdúgbò ló jàrá fún nǹkan mẹ́fà ní fífẹ fámìlì balójú àpẹfù agbósápá tẹ mẹyọ tìgẹlẹ mẹyọ gbọdọgbọdọ mẹyọ kẹkẹ àlàáfíà lè mẹyọ amagá sísẹ gẹgẹ pàpà sísẹ tọgẹdẹ dọgbò mẹyọ brahimi mẹyọ gbọgbọchi mẹyọ ngbẹ mẹyọ fòlìbò fòlìfòlì kọ mọ ẹkẹ gbogbo kújẹ kúmọ kọmọ gà tọwẹ yẹn ahanani kutogo ne fana ni gbogbo re mi na gbogbo ne fana me yo to me kosi ku akubia me yo no akoso agogo tepe no me yo fun kom kede ta senya mo si fusi jam koso abra ko bra mama ne bo de ni ba to bo ko fi o de na kubia mensa do re ko ni pepe ku me yo mi opeti ta kubia mensa me yo na tepe kutogo ne fana ni gbogbo na gbogbo ne fana me e me yo ko ni Celestine ya akubia Catherine akubia fo ni second fo ni oben akubia me yo mi opeti kete kutogo ne fana ni gbogbo na gbogbo ne fana me ya uno tuji boko tuji togo tuji me yo kinkin hasa kwa nchi ya bara so bara na me yo boko da fli so fa hu abu boko afa cha jo ke me yo mi o ke kutogo ne fana ni gbogbo me yo togo huno honule bakpo yo huno honule egbe abeta togo ya manze hanani keke yo togo ya nani trekile gita togo ya Abraham jibe toboko chamera na hariyo kutogo ne fana ni gbogbo yo fiato Simon Kabila benya si agotimi eme yo Daniel Evie penare le keke agbado Nigeria da kutogo ne fana ni gbogbo na agbogbo ne fana mi awele mile be mi ye bigale do mi basi ya sibe na me yo abochi sakara kama chapa be do go kutukoli do ko kuma ko go to do le tu franta na mi ko de singa ko fito chotwa ko fito he ko fi atra kable me yo me ya to be ho bato no ba bo go to abo pasa ni kimo ko to ko shi kele ko yo be ya fana go fi fa bo ma so ko ko to so me nda pa di me ko le me so me di me akara ni be ni sa ni kan ni tu la ni chemi fumi chetula me yo club ovina kwa to ba de ko to ba de na ko me yo to ya bla me ko me yo vo do ke ko ba pe le ke ko mo sa ba ya ni ko na ba je ko su me yo ra ko me yo to ba de to me yo isu me ba me yo serenga di ko ke to be wo no afọ be to me yo le ba ajigbo su ba me no mi ji me do ko so mo ko ni pra ma do ago me yo vo do piti e ko dagbe lo me ya yo America ko me ke me yo ko ko ti che me yo me nga je to ba me lo da se si na pe ni mi we ne je fiato ne je to go is it my this in the iPhone is poor connection because the this thing is not strong but what would I be making it so you connected this one with that one why what around us, and we are going to talk about them, and then I'm welcoming all of you to the program today. I can see Tonya on Zoom, and also Samuel on Zoom. Everybody is there, and all of you on Clubhouse too. I am saying hello to you all. I think Senna is here. Whether he's there directly, I don't know. But thank you all, Shamba, and I think we have Baba Wakili and other people. So thank you all for, we have a big brother called also here, and Otum, and Bina, and other people. Thank you all for joining the section today. Please prepare your questions and please send them to me, and I will try as much as possible to answer them. Yes, we have a situation going on, especially with people stealing our content. I spoke about it a week ago, where people are stealing our contents and then placing it, taking our video off YouTube, Facebook, and then editing it and then posting them on their walls to show that it is their work. And there's one particular guy now calling himself Mikra. And please bring that particular thing for people who are watching. Mikra. I don't know him. He's not part of my shrine. But he's been using our content. He has done it before in the past, and I had warned him. And I think he stopped, but now he found a very clever way by editing, removing our logo and everything, and putting it out there for people to think that he has a spiritual power, that he could help people. And in this particular video, my nephew was dancing with the knife at one of our events or festivals, and that's the one he is placing out there to deceive people. One thing I don't understand about these scammers is that if you are trying to tell people that you have power to do something, so why won't you just make a video of yourself or of your own people and just place it there so people can follow you and come to you to get the information you are sharing that belongs to you? Why do you have to steal other people's work and use it to deceive people so that you can scam them, take their money or deceive them and then enjoy? This particular guy is not a spiritualist. He has never had a spiritual shrine. He only goes around shrines and trying to deceive most of the village Bokor, who are not really on internet or on Facebook or on social media, telling them that he can bring them clients. So whatever they may be doing there, he pictures them or he videos them, then he comes and put it on his wall, and then people will begin to call him that, oh, then he will deceive you, take you to somebody who he knows that maybe the person is not really well versed in this art of our tradition, and then they will scam you, take your money, and then when you whatever they might have taught you, when you come back, you will see that it was a confusion of the whole thing. This guy Mikra, I don't know who he is, but wherever you people may see our work on somebody's page, the person is not part of us, is not associated with us in any way, rather either than being just a fan of us. They have no connection with us whatsoever. I will be very, very grateful if you people can all share this thing to Facebook and tell Facebook that this guy is stealing people's work and he's a scam. He's a scammer. He's a thief. I wish he could call me or call into the program, and I'll dress him down properly. He's a thief. He's not a spiritualist. And more so, he is not even an AV man for that matter. He's not even an AV man for that matter. And I am just telling everybody to be aware of this guy. He's on Instagram, on Facebook, and maybe on YouTube, stealing people's work and posting them as if it was his work. I don't think it's right. This tradition is not a joke, and people shouldn't take Vodou to be a joke, because if you don't end up in the right hand, your own destiny and your whole life, spiritually and physically, is disturbed and destroyed. Ending up with such characters like this Mikra would actually bring a lot of people into problem. He has already done it to some people, and they are finding difficulty in straightening their spiritual path now. I think he used to use some name before, I just forgot the name. And now this is the new name, Mikra he's using. Please share this thing on your walls and tell people that this guy is a thief. I will not even call him only a scammer, but a thief. He's a thief. If he is not happy with that, he should call me or call into the program and tell me why he's using my contents on his place, trying to edit them and use them. He has done that to Mr. Dr. Alabi Cosmos. He has done it to some other shrines, and he thought he could do it here by stealing our content. We have no relationship with him whatsoever. He's a thief. All that said, let us continue with our today's work. Make sure you share this guy's videos or whatever, his page, and everybody should tell Facebook that this guy is a scam. He's just using our traditional spirituality, stealing other people's work to use in scamming others. He's on Instagram, he's on Facebook, he is also on YouTube. Find him and let the world know that this guy is a thief. He is not a spiritualist. He has not been initiated by anybody. Okay, let's go to the questions and greetings. Okay, we are on Facebook now. We have our sister Vivian Bakase. Greetings, Papa and AM family, the AMT family. Thank you very much, Vivian. How are you? Hope you are doing well. Thank you very much. And then we have Yehuda Elio. Peace and hello. Thank you very much, Yehuda. We're very grateful that you joined the program. And then we have Wise Survivor Flex. Good afternoon, Daddy. Good afternoon, Wise. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. We have Desmond Energy. Say greatness. Thank you very much, Desmond. Thank you also for joining the program. And I think most of the listening that we have a good up a little bit. Let me see which was what was. Okay, that's the okay. Now we have our brother Timilei John Jimo Adere. Greetings to Papa, our mother, and the entire African Magic Temple. Sir, I went to site and the welder offload some iron rods on the road. I wanted to cut some shrubs and put it on the road as a warning to other road users. But I see the shrubs bow in. And in my mind, I heard a voice begging me not to cut. I first thought it's hallucination. I tried to cut it, and the second time, and the voice in my head was louder, please do not cut me. I looked for other shrubs to put on the road, and I heard the voice saying, thank you to me. Am I going crazy or what's that? No, you are not going, you are not going crazy. Plants are living entities, and each and every plant has a divine spirit behind it. And when you are lucky, you can communicate with the plant well, or if you are lucky, they will try to communicate with you. I think it was just the right thing you were hearing. You wanted to destroy them, and they know that you are on a spiritual path. And the whole world is herbs or plants. They are keeping us alive here, so we should also keep them alive. I think that's what they were just trying to tell you. Thank you very much, Timile. I'm very grateful. You are not getting crazy at all. It's just the ways of the ancestors. And then we have a Berima Kotikesi saying greetings to you, Papa. Hello, greetings to you. Berima Kotikesi, welcome, and thank you very much for joining. Then Vivian Bakai say, Papa, I reported him. He has the videos about Fofo Senna. Okay, so he has the Senna's videos also there. Yeah, so the guy is really a thief. Why should, if you are spiritualist, nobody is stopping you from being telling people about yourself. Why use other people? They said there's no sound on a Clubhouse. Wow, that's serious. Well, what did you people do? Big brother Echo is saying there's no sound on this Clubhouse. Is this thing okay? Yeah, okay, I think it's on. So somebody in Clubhouse should try to speak, and let's see, because here we have all the it shows the sound, but we don't know. Come and change the scene again. I don't know where we are. Come and put it back properly. The big brother I call was saying no sound on Clubhouse. Okay, thank you very much for alerting us, and we will if it comes back, let us know, because I think from our end here everything seems okay. Yeah. Yes, I think everything is fine. Okay. So please, if the sound comes back, let us know. And then Shamba Musa Mohammed is saying greetings, Papa. Thank you very much, Shamba. And we have Raymond Buckner say good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ray. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. And then Lustig is saying good afternoon, Papa. It's Lustig here. Yes. Thank you very much, Lustig, for joining. Today I'm on a bus traveling. I will be listening but can't contribute today. I want the family to know I'm still with you today. Thank you so much for your time. Nature will reward you and your younger generations, in a multifold. We are enormously grateful, Papa. Akpe. Thank you very much, Akpe. Lastic, we are very grateful to you for this message, and everybody will know that you are with us, even though you may not be able to contribute. So you two, you cannot hear the sound? But what is your setting? You people setting, what is the setting about? What could be the setting? What's the problem? We have Barbara Paddy say good afternoon, Papa. Hello, Barbara. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. And then we have Juliet A saying good afternoon. Hello, Juliet. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. And then again, Juliet will say, can you please speak on the use of psychedelic herbs? How are they used in Vodou? Are they necessary for spiritual and ancestral connection? Okay, I'll take that one first as the teaching for starting today. Are you charging my phone?
No, please, I'm trying to restart the Clubhouse.
Okay, Juliet, say in Vodou we don't use psychedelic herbs. There isn't even any psychedelic herb that I am aware of. We don't use mental enhancing drugs to get us high. No, I have never used before. Of course, people who think that ganja or weed or marijuana is a natural herb and are smoking it. They are not smoking it because of voodoo or smoking it because of any spiritual benefits. They may have their own personal. But you people, you made a mistake by trying to use this. If I hadn't brought it from the house, will you use it? If I had not brought that thing from the house, would you be connecting to it?
We didn't want any disturbance.
No. That is not an excuse. Don't use that as an excuse that you don't. What about if it was in my house? What would you have done? I brought it purposely because I wasn't sure whether we have enough data. We have enough data on the one here. So in case there is not enough data, then we can connect this one. So you people, because I brought it, you decided to connect part of the listen to there and to this and saying that you don't want any disturbance. All along, haven't we been doing this thing without this one? Was there any disturbance? Don't use those things as excuses. Because you people felt that it is here, so you must use it. So, Juliet, the truth about it is that there is, we don't use psychedelic herbs in connecting to spiritual or ancestral world. Ganja or marijuana is also a herb which is used in voodoo, especially put into the voodoos, like just like how we add other herbs. Sometimes some voodoos we add them as a herb, but not for hallucination. You add them to the voodoo just like how you add any other herb to strengthen the voodoo so that the voodoo can work, just like how we add any other herb to it. But the other herbs are not for smoking, are not for getting you high. They are just normal herbs. So for the voodoo practitioner, ganja is also just a herb or a natural herb where when a voodoo that you are doing and it is necessary that you add it to the voodoo, then but we don't use psychedelic herbs in voodoo to enhance our connection to the spiritual or ancestral world. No. People may smoke ganja and smoke weed or whatever, and that is their problem. It has nothing to do with the spirituality that they are practicing. It is their own decision. Just like how somebody will drink alcohol and during this. But in the case of alcohol, we give the alcohols to the voodoos. That is what we have been taught, that our ancestors pour libation. Our ancestors were not smoking grass and weed for voodoo to work. No. That's not what it is. If somebody is smoking it, yeah, that is their own personal thing. It has nothing to do with the voodoo that they are working with at all. What I know is once in a while a voodoo asks you to smoke a cigarette or tobacco for it. Yes, maybe some people may smoke a ganja for the voodoo, but not like you want to smoke the ganja or marijuana to get high. But maybe the voodoo, just like how people smoke tobacco, smoke cigarette, that's the same way they may smoke ganja for the voodoo, but not to make you a practitioner hallucinate. No. We don't do any psychedelic herbs in voodoo. Okay, from my understanding, my shrine, I don't know whether any other voodoo practitioner had been doing that to let people get high on psychedelic herbs in order to connect to the spiritual or ancestral world. No. But all the people who had taught me have never used ganja, and I can be here and I can be anywhere at any time without any psychedelic enhancing herbs at all, whatever, or drugs for that matter. Thank you very much, Juliet. And we have a Benin Muswani here, South Africa, in the house. Beautiful day, everyone. Nice heart, does it have any spiritual significance? No, it's just a heart that I love, and I bought it, and I've been wearing long before. I don't wear hats, but now my head is getting bald, so sometimes I like to wear a cap to cover my bald head. So it has nothing to do with any spirituality. Thank you very much, Benny Muswani. Very grateful. Mm. The sound is back, I think. Okay, this is the sound is back on Facebook. But what is happening to you people on Clubhouse? Go up there, sound.
Papa, we can hear you now.
Now, if you hear me,
Yes.
okay, thank you. We had said so much about using hallucinating and psychedelic herbs. We don't use hallucinating and psychedelic herbs in Vodou to enhance your spiritual awareness or ancestral connection. No, we don't use that. People may smoke. People may smoke ganja or weed or cigarette or tobacco. That is their own thing, but it is not to enhance or to make you high for you to be able to get into any spirituality. What I can say is we use alcohol to pour libation, but then it is not to keep you high so that you can connect. No. If Vodou can connect with a person who has not even drank any alcohol, if they choose to. Thank you very much, everybody. And then we have Shamba Musa say, Papa, we can hear you on Clubhouse now. Thank you very much, Shamba. And then we have a Mauli Sifas Atiku saying, Papa, I have a white man friend in USA. Anytime the man wants to help me, then I don't know what would happen. Then it changes his mind. Please help me out. Mr. Mauli Sifas Atiku, what did you do for the man before he wants to help you? You know, a lot of young people and even some elderly people are deceiving people on the internet that they have this, they do that, and just want people to scam people and take money out of them. I don't help such people. What work did you do for the white man, before he wants to help you? You must be very clear and straightforward. I don't help people who scam other people. Because if you do scam me and I am able to get you, I will destroy you. That's the truth. So I don't help people who are trying to scam people. What did you do for the white man and he wanted to help you? What story did you tell him? So if you are able to tell me and it is clear, maybe I will be able to tell you what to do. But if you are trying to scam him and take advantage of him, I'm sorry, you are the wrong dog. Okay, so we have a big brother called Stone saying sound back on Facebook. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. So please bring in your questions and let's see what we can do. Okay, if anybody...
Hello, Papa.
Yes, hello.
Papa, I had a question. Does Legba only take rooster, or can Legba take hen sometimes?
Legba takes all kind of animals. Even sometimes Legba takes a dog. Legba can take everything, but the main animal that Legba likes, as far as my knowledge is concerned, is a rooster and a he-goat. A rooster and a he-goat. But if you ask in Afa, maybe because you don't have a rooster, and you ask your Afa whether ask Legba whether it will accept a hen, and it says yes, why not? You can give it to it. See, that's why you have been given the tools to be able to ask the questions so that you can know. Sometimes it may not look normal, but during your interaction with the spirits, they will tell you, oh, it's okay. And once they say it's okay, You don't have a problem, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that you are going to feed. And if they say, okay, it's like sometimes people want to eat steak, or maybe it's a chicken steak or beef steak or whatever, and the beef steak is not ready. If it's chicken, sometimes you eat it, you accept it, even though it does not make you feel to the point you wanted to, but at least it will catch, to hold hunger. So if you have a hen, and if that's all that you have, ask Legba whether it will accept it. If it will accept it, just give it to him.
Okay, thank you, Pop.
You're welcome, Shamba. Yes, anybody on a Clubhouse that wanted to say anything again?
Papa, I'm on
Papa,
Zoom.
can you hear me?
If there's any questions.
Yes, Baba Wakiri, hold on for on Zoom for a while. There's one sister here, I think Shelly, or who is it? Or somebody was saying, Papa, if I can hear him. Is it
Hello, it's me, Dina.
Elena? Bina? Yes, Bina is on.
Dina.
Yes, okay, go ahead, Bina. I can hear you. Mhm.
Okay, good. I wanted to ask, what are some of the reasons that an ancestor would choose to reincarnate into their bloodline again?
I cannot tell exactly why an ancestor would choose to reincarnate to the same bloodline. I think that is left to divinity to decide, in the sense that not everybody who is black person today was a black person in their past life, and not everybody who is a white man today was a white man in their past life. Your destiny will choose your path for you. If in this life you live the life that is good, I'm not going to say perfect, there's nothing perfect. If you live a life that is good, and then your destiny feels that your reincarnation, or you should reincarnate to a place where you will be very.
I cannot hear you properly.
Oh, you cannot hear me properly, because your line is a little bit faint. Your line is a little bit faint, so maybe that's why. Because we are at our loudest. Said, is the microphone okay? Is this microphones okay? They are working well.
I
Okay.
can hear you much better now.
Is it better now?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay. So when you are you live in this life. Hello, Antonio. If you live in this life, and your destiny is things that you should reincarnate into a place where you will be needed to teach and to bring knowledge and development and spiritual awareness to people. I think your destiny will let you go where you should go. You may be a white man today, but maybe in your next incarnation may not be born as a white man, but your destiny remains the same. Your skin color may be different. You may even be born an Indian. You may be born an Asian. You may be born where your destiny finds you to be. Mind you, our destinies are our God. It's the one that brought you here, and it's the same one that will take you away, and then it's the one who will give you a place to go to. If your destiny feels that you have to go back onto the same bloodline from where you were born, then that's where you will be born again. So it is not you who, as an ancestor who has died, who will decide whether to reincarnate. No, you have no power to decide whether to reincarnate on the same bloodline or not. But your destiny is the one who will choose that. So that's why it is good to know what your destiny is and what destiny is, so that you can work it well in this lifetime, so that when you are reincarnating, yeah, either you reincarnate on the same bloodline if that's where it feels that you should be, or to anywhere else. So it is the destiny that decides, not you as a person. Your inner self is the one that decides.
Thank you so much. That makes sense.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The clubhouse, the connection is going and coming. You have put all these things so close here, so why should it be going and coming back? Okay, let's go on to Zoom. If we have Angelo Antonio there, and then we have Baba Wakiri, we have Sam, and we have Tonya Thomas here. So any of them that wants to interact, please, you can put your hand up, and then we will just interact. So please, let's go.
This Father doesn't have to raise hand for me, and I will show my face in just a second. How are you doing today?
Oh, Baba Wakiri, I am fine, and we are all doing well. Thank you very much for joining the section today.
Yes, it is a pleasure to be here. I've been pretty busy and these last couple of Sundays, so I'm glad that the spirits have opened it up for me to be able to be here in class. My first question is, often you find, or often I hear people say, or different people instruct, that if you want to protect yourself from somebody or someone is trying to harm you, you can go to your voodoos or your spirits. And they say, you give them the taboo that the spirit does not like, and you tell them that somebody else sent you to give it to. And the voodoo or the spirit will rush and go and get them. To me, it doesn't make sense. Because if I don't like oatmeal, don't give me oatmeal ever. Maybe in my young tender as a priest, I need more education. So I've asked him, what is your thought process on this? If we have to defend ourselves, if we need to send the spirit to protect us from a person or a thing, why would we give the spirit what they don't like?
Okay, if I can understand your, Baba Wakiri, if I can understand your question very clearly, is you have a spirit that is with you, and the spirit's work is to be protecting and defending you. And that's the reason why you offer the things that you offer to it whenever it needed them. Am I right?
Yes, that would be the beginning of it. Yes.
So
I have a spirit. I regularly offer different things to the spirit. But let's say the spirit does not like cornbread. Okay? Like, okay, let's get more specific. They said Legbot does not like palm kernel oil. It is one of his taboos. Okay? But if one time I was instructed, okay, if you have a problem with somebody, you can give Legbot palm kernel oil and say, Keisha told me to give you this palm kernel oil. And Legbot would get so mad and furious because he does not like palm kernel oil. He will go and mess Keisha life up.
yes, I can understand you. Yes, I can understand you very clearly. It is like in this case, okay, when you have a spirit that is supposed to be protecting you and defending you in every way of your life, that's why you pay homage, that's why you give offerings and everything. And then at the same time, someone also is trying their best to attack you. Mind you, the spirit world is a very vast and a vague world. And spirit does not belong to only one person. Spirit belongs to everybody. So maybe your Legba or your Vodou or Orisha or whatever you are having are with you. They are working. They are protecting you. But you see, there is everything has potency and grading. Let me say so. So you may have a Vodou, maybe the number of herbs that are put into it, compared to somebody whose Vodou is the same Vodou, but the herbs that he or she added are more than yours, or they had put some more powerful herbs in their own than yours. Even though your Legba may be protecting you or your Vodou may be protecting you, but the person who is sending this energy to you has his or her Vodou more powerful than yours, even though they are all called the same name. So that person's own will overcome yours because it has gotten more of potent herbs and other things that have made it to be more stronger. Just like a soldier, everybody is wearing the soldier uniform and everybody is called a soldier. But then the person with more skills, whenever they go to battlefield or they go to training, it's able to train more and is more stronger, would defeat another soldier who is wearing the same uniform and in the same contingent or in the same regiment or whatever. So that's how the spirit world is. That's why you must know what kind of herbs that makes a Vodou very strong and very powerful. You know, we spoke about Legba before, and people thought that when they just buy Legba from the Botanica or anything, and then it's called Legba, and then you keep it in your house, and you start worshiping it and call it Baba Legba. It has no power because the herbs that make Legba powerful are not in it. So by just mentioning the name Legba doesn't change anything. It is just like nothing. In reality, it's just like a zero, just like a cup of tea or cup of coffee in front of you, and you'll be pouring libation for it, but it has no power. So it is the knowledge of herbs and powerful herbs that make a Vodou strong enough to defend and protect you. So in the case of this, the sample you had given of Legba not liking palm kernel oil, it is not only Legba that doesn't like palm kernel oil, because Afa as an oracle is coming from the palm kernel. It is the palm kernel that made Fa. But these are not just ordinary palm kernels. We call them in Ewe Hunde, which is God. De means palm nut fruit. So Hunde. And then from the Hunde, you get what we call Hunku, which you people call Ikin. We call it in Ewe Hunku. So it is the palm tree that gives that Hunku, which is used in making Fa. So when you again use that same thing that is Fa, because inside the palm kernel there is a palm nut or kernel nut, and it is from that kernel nut that palm kernel oil is made out of. I believe people are following my trail. So it is out of that palm kernel. Out of that palm kernel, we get the palm kernel nut, which is now roasted and becomes palm kernel oil. And since Afa originates from the palm tree, you cannot use the nuts or the oil from the nuts and feed Fa. It will be angry. It's like you kill my own child and give it to me to eat. You are killing my children and giving me to eat them. Are you mad? Are you crazy? I'll get crazy with you. I'll get mad with you. So this is where the palm kernel oil is not used for Fa. But when it gets to a point and you need to arouse the anger of Fa, or arouse the anger of Fa's children, which one of them is Legba, Apeli, and all these things, you want to arouse their anger. You are telling them that this oil, I know you don't eat it, but my enemy is saying that I should give it to you. So in this sense, you are tricking a Fa or tricking Legba or any of Legba's children that it is not you who wanted to give because you had never given that before. But because your enemy who is against you is saying that they cannot do anything, so they should give them this. That means you have now summoned your enemy to the spirit world that they should destroy it. You know, usually I don't teach these things. I know that in the diaspora, a lot of people are teaching these things to their students. There are so many other ways you can make Afa or Legba work for you, especially if the herbs that are inside the Legba are powerful. With the normal palm oil, which Afa accepts, palm oil, not the kernel oil, which is the fiber. The palm oil, the red palm oil is coming from the fiber of the kernel, which Afa takes without any problem. Even giving that one, but if your Legba is powerful and done properly, because the technique of making Legba is also there. It's not just anything, a heap of sand or cement or clay is called Legba. There's a process of making Legba, just like how every Vodou is made through some process. So if your Legba is properly set for you, even by giving it palm oil and speaking the language of Legba, telling them to fight on your behalf, you'll be fine. You know, I will give you one example of how grading or upgrading your spirit makes a difference. The Togbe Jopata that is with me, which I pride myself very much over, was given to me by one of my earliest teachers. I was introduced to Jopata by one of my earliest teachers. But somewhere along the way, when I started doing my work and my name was getting popular and people were talking about me, my teacher became angry. He became jealous of me, which I didn't know why, because I took him like a senior brother and I had contributed everything of my life, money, everything, just to make his house very comfortable, so that whenever I come back to Ghana, I could live with him. Not that I couldn't stay anywhere, but I wanted to be at his feet so that I can learn every time. And that's what I was doing. But then it got to a point. There was this lady who came from Germany, came for healing. So we all put our hands together and we healed her from her stomach problem. But this lady was one of our friend's girlfriend. Now my teacher, because I was living in abroad, I was living in Japan, I live in Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, and those Asia, Southeast Asia, and Far East. My teacher, I usually came back home once a year, and I stay with him for 2 to 3 months before going back to Japan. So when I come, I usually take care of the house, and I mean, I seem to have more money than them. So my teacher and his family were telling him that, oh, if he was my teacher, why should I be more than him? But the truth is that I have been doing this long before meeting him. But I just wanted to learn more. That's how I got in touch with him. But I'm always humble. As a student, I never show whatever knowledge I have when I am learning. I will put everything that I had learned before meeting you aside, and I will devote all my time to what you are going to teach me. And even if I had known something of what you are teaching me, I will not say it. I just want to learn your part and add it to whatever I had already. That's the kind of student I am. Even until today, that's how I am. So my teacher's family and friends will say, oh, you were the one teaching this guy, and now this guy, everybody is talking about him, and he is so great, and he goes abroad, and you are always here. So our teacher decided to take that lady who came for healing as his girlfriend. So I called him down and told him it is wrong, because this is our friend's lady. And we as spiritualists, we shouldn't be setting this kind of example by snatching your own friend or student's girlfriend. And when I said those things, he wasn't very happy with me, because it seems like I didn't want him to progress. But that was not my intention. My intention was, there are so many women everywhere. You can even tell this lady that she should introduce you to another woman anyway. So why our friends woman? So I fell out with my teacher. And now the lady and himself got married. And the lady was also not very happy with me, because I was saying that my teacher should not get involved. She also thought that she has found the gold. So they got married, and she helped my teacher to move to Europe. So I was still in Japan. I was still in Asia. So from time to time, when I come back to Ghana, I go to his shrine, I take care of the children, take care of the wife, and make sure I play my part as a student, even though he wasn't really happy with me. My teacher was in Germany, stayed in Germany for 6 years, and all along things weren't going on well with him. So he became seriously sick. And his own Vodous and all these things, we have some strong Vodous that we work with. They were not happy with him, so they got him. So he had to come back to Ghana. And the Ghanaian wife that he had at the time, before he left for Germany, he told the woman that when he comes back from Germany, he's not going to have anything to do with her. And if she wanted to still associate with him, then that woman should become a house help to him and the new wife. So when he came back, there was no way he could go back to the woman's house. So I had to go to bring him from the airport, give him a room in my house, and I was taking care of him, even to the point of taking him to the hospital, and got a special room for him at the hospital. so that he could feel comfortable. So when my teacher got a little bit stronger and he was discharged, and people were asking him what had happened to him, and he started telling lies about me. Just because people were saying, oh, your student has done so much, has done this, and he's not happy. It's human nature. So he now sent the Vodous that he had introduced to me to attack me. Very interesting story. I don't say these things very much every time because it is not good. So he was sending the Vodous that he was sending the Vodous that he introduced to me to attack me. But what I did is that when he gave me the Vodous and I formed them myself, because it's not that he formed them for me. He gave me the idea, and I had also gotten some ideas from different people. So I had added more potent herbs to my Vodou that he has introduced to me. So now my Vodou has become stronger than his own. So when he was sending his Vodous to attack me, my Vodou counter his Vodou and they killed him. And that's what had happened at one time in my life. So when we all have Vodou, you can have the same name with the Vodou and everything, but it is how the person who is holding the Vodou is able to guide the Vodou to become strong, very potent, and with herbs and all these things, so that the Vodou can stand among other Vodous and be able to work when it is being given a task. So everybody having legba does not mean that everybody's legba is the same. There are certain legbas you pray to them, you don't get any result. But there are also some legbas, even by just mentioning a word to them, that legba is active and is able to accomplish any task that you give to it. That is the secret of Vodou, knowing of herbs that are powerful to make a Vodou powerful. Having the knowledge of the herbs that can make a Vodou strong is what is Vodou. This is the difference in the priests, Bokor, who see, who know. That's why you see that somebody, they say, oh, if you go to this shrine, everything works. When you go to that shrine, everything works. But when you go here, yes, they also have everything there, but it does not work. It's all depending on the herbs that have been put into the Vodou. It's just like you are talking about nuclear warheads. Some have a range of missiles. They have a range of 1,000 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers. Some may have only 100 kilometers. Some may have 50. Some may have about 800 kilometers, 700 or 500 kilometers. But they are all called missiles or nuclear warheads. So it is the distance they can go that shows its superiority. So it depends on what technology you are using or adding to yours to make it stronger and superior. That's all that the secret of Vodou is all about. Thank you very much, Baba Wakili, for that question.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, I think it's a lag on my part, but thank you very much, Papa. It is, I know sometimes these stories are not that good, but they are some of the stories that get into the depth of just the everyday living of spirituality. We can know a lot of stuff and learn a lot of stuff, but we can't apply it or understand the application to life, then it means anything. So thank you very much. That was very informative and a joy to hear your story.
Thank you very much.
My now is we have all seen on TV the way they have tried to display the voodoo doll or the doll itself. And they have so many different Disney movies now on dolls turning into life and everything of this nature. When they show it on our side, they just want to show it as something negative, pins and needles and staples and buttons. On their side, they want to animate it into a Disney Pixar picture and all these beautiful things, and they love it so much. And Kenny Bear's talking. Can you please talk to us about the originality or the concept or the reasoning? Because you have a spirit. What would be the reason for them asking for a doll to be made or a spiritual doll to be had if it was for divination, for spiritual clairvoyancy, for protection? What is the true nature, purpose, or the essence of where the voodoo or the spirit doll came from, if you could?
If I'm not understand very well what you mean the voodoo doll, which one? What do you mean voodoo doll? Is anybody understanding that? Is it a snake voodoo you are talking about?
Well, I don't know. It can be any spirit. Let's just
Okay.
stick to the generality of the spirit.
Okay.
Okay.
In voodoo, you are holding the secret of the universe in your hands. That is the real truth about voodoo. You are holding the secret of the world or the secret of nature in your hands. And you can play with it whichever way you want. That's why one of our documentary movies, or our first movies of revolution, is like a knife. Voodoo is like a knife. You can use it to destroy, and you can also use it to create. So anything that can do good can also do bad. It is depending on the hand that is holding it. In the hand of a bad person, it will be used for destruction. In the hand of a good person, a compassionate person, that's very knife, which is the voodoo, in this case, will be used for protection, divination, healing, and all other things. We as human beings, we are different, and we all have different natures. Some people are greedy, some people are hungry for power, some people are thieves, and some people are calm and compassionate. So that's why I always say that I don't just teach people just because you have money and you come to me and say, I want to learn this. No, I need to know you. I need to know what type of person you are, so that when I teach you and I give you a tool, or I hand over a weapon to you, you will use it to protect yourself, protect your loved ones, and protect humanity. So this is what Vodou is. So in our tradition, there are times that the situation calls for emergency. And there are certain things you have to do to defend, protect yourself and a community. In these times, or when it comes to those times, our people change into the fifth gear of Vodou. Let's say that you are driving a car, you want it to go faster. You change into the speed gear. And the speed gear is dangerous, even in car. When you are driving fast, if anything happens, you can kill yourself or you can kill somebody. So it is with Vodou. When we get to a certain level and we feel danger towards us in whichever way, then Vodou goes to another gear whereby binding and certain acts will be performed to get the Vodou crazy to act quickly within the time, so that before the danger comes to you, the Vodou had already cleared it off. This is what happens, and this is where Hollywood and Disney and all this thing, they make a Vodou only into putting pin that is in. And in this kind of cases, I think it came from our ancestors that had been taken into slavery or during the slave trade. This knowledge was taken from the motherland, that you can empower anything. There are techniques, herbs that you can use to empower any inanimate object whatsoever, so that they can become a living entity and act as such. Take, for instance, a slave or somebody, one of our ancestors, who maybe he did a very simple mistake, or maybe he didn't do any mistake, and the master became angry and had to let them beat the person, stretch the person, whip them anyhow, leave them in the sun and whatever to suffer. But this person have an opportunity to get out of that, and if he has the knowledge of Vodou and how to empower things and call your energy into that, he doesn't have any weapon to go and attack his master. And if he even did, if he is not fortunate, or even if he's fortunate to attack the master, his life will be ended up. They will end his life. Like today, as we see in police brutality around the US every day. A wise person will be quiet. When they go back to the field, will collect certain herbs that he has knowledge of. Bring them back home, empower them, and call that herbs and the doll or whatever master. Okay, are you getting my point? Now the doll that is there now represents the master. Either he or she is able to pick some clothing from the master's room, some branch of hair, or something that connects to the master. Put it inside, because we believe strongly that our spirits, our destiny, our energies lives in our clothing, in our hair, in our fingernails, and all this. I think I talked about this sometime back.
Yes.
Laying hand on one single hair strand of the person you want to attack, or even a fingernail, or even just a string out of the clothing, completely changes the playing field. So now this person is going to call that doll or image or whatever master. And since he or she is not going to go and attack the master physically, he'll call the master and then use a pin to pinch the knee point of the master. And then the master will be feeling pain, and tomorrow he will not be able to wake up to come out to go and be beating anybody. And these things were real. They are still real today. That is what I am saying, that Vodou is having the secret of nature in your palms. You can create and you can destroy. And because you can create and destroy, the slave masters declare this action or this way of connecting to nature and the divine evil. because they couldn't understand, because physically the person is not near you. Yet still, it can make you do things that you didn't want to do. It can make you feel things that you don't know why you are feeling. Someone can put you on fire here, and you'll be far away feeling heat in your body all through, and you can take all the fever medicines in the world, but until this fire stops burning here, you will never feel cold. That's how much voodoo is. And this knowledge is still here in the hands of people. So the Hollywood and all this thing, they've only seen the negative aspect of it. That's why they were saying that it is evil. Because of course, beating someone mercilessly and maltreating them was also evil. But they didn't see it that way. They only saw the invisible actions of our ancestors in action and called them evil. Because a good voodoo priest does not need to go anywhere. You can do everything at home and everything will happen. And you can even see it in the sacrifices we do when we do a reading for somebody. And they say it is witchcraft or this and that. The person is looking for a job or is having a situation, is in prison or whatever. There are things we can do here. And that person will go to court and the judge will say, no, he is innocent, he should go. Or the person is looking for a job and he has been to many interviews, and then they will still call that person to come back and work. We don't need to go there physically. We can do everything from across the ocean and it will still take effect. That is how powerful voodoo is. That's why in the olden days, they don't teach children these techniques. And also, they do not teach people who do not have patience. If you are a person who doesn't have a patience and you are always fighting and angry, our ancestors will not teach you anything. Because they know that in your hand, the community will be in trouble. And they won't teach you. That's why sometimes you will see them teaching only maybe the last child or one of the child that is more weakly, that is very quiet and patient and reasonable, because they believe in the hands of such, the community can continue to survive and grow. But not someone who is proud, who is easily to anger and wants to destroy. But with that in your hand, you can easily destroy. Just like the gun. If a child holds a gun, it will shoot you finish before it will realize that it was bad. So this is what voodoo is. And it is still real. It is not like a joke. That's why when such people like this guy taking our content and putting it on his Facebook, deceiving people, and putting it on Instagram and YouTube, deceiving people as if he has power. He has no power. If he has power, he would have been showing his own work, not the work of other people. It's still real. Voodoo is still real as if it was yesterday. Nothing has changed. It is until you experience and experiment with it before you can know that it is still existing in many, many forms. Thank you very much, Baba Wakili.
Thank you much, Papa. Thank you much. It is always a pleasure. I'm not going anywhere, but thank you much. These explanations help to identify many things, and I appreciate you, and thank you.
Thank you. Antonio, our Sam wants to say something. Yeah, Antonio, how are you? It's good to see you.
Hi, Christopher. Hello to Baba Theory, Tonya here on Zoom that I'm meeting for the first time. And pleasure to meet. Like, and it's very nice to see all of you and see you, Christopher. Like, after some time, yeah. I'm working on the writing of the dissertation, and I had a phone call with Tim yesterday. Yeah.
Yes.
And he in Tokyo, me here in New York. So we were talking about herbs, actually.
Yes.
So I think this can be my question now. Like,
Yes.
because we were talking about how herbs have also, have an intelligence.
Yes.
Or have their own conscience.
Yes.
Like they are spirits and God in themselves. So it made me think. And my question is this one. Like, if we can look at herbs as, recognizing this power they have, but also this consciousness they express and they inhabit the world together with the humans, right? And the other beings. So how do herbs see the people? Like, is it when some herbs can call someone? It's a way to call the person. So how do herbs see us?
Okay.
You?
Okay, Antonio. So your
And
question.
what can be different?
Yes. Go ahead.
And what once we would recognize that, how also we would think differently about how to live the life, how to live the community life, how to build a city, how to create so-called development.
Okay, Antonio. See, herbs are also entities. They also have their intelligences and they have their divinities behind them. Earlier, I was reading on Facebook about our brother Timilei John Jimo Aderemi. Said that he was driving and then he saw these shrubs cross the road and he wanted to cut them. So when he got down to cut them, he just heard in his head that, please don't cut us. So at first he thought he was just hallucinating. And then again he wanted to cut, and then the herbs again louder that please don't cut us. So he was able to push them aside and he passed or something like that. And then the herbs were saying thank you. You see, our perception of the universe or the world we live in is still very, 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 very little. We don't understand the world that we are living in, even though we have been here for thousands of years. We don't really understand the world. And most of the time, we think that we human beings are the only things or beings or entities that have right to live here. So human being is always trying to destroy other things, and then it's getting closer to us that we have now realized that by destroying the world, we are destroying ourselves. This global warming and all kind of things that are happening is because man has destroyed a lot of forests and trees and other things, and now it's coming closer to us, and we are beginning to understand that by destroying the world or destroying nature, we are destroying ourselves. And now big monies are being put into it to stop global warming, and this conference here, that conference there, people talking here and there, for only one reason: we did not respect nature. We did not respect nature, and we didn't see anything that was here with us as part of us. That's why I always say Vodou, as in our culture, is to live in harmony with nature. Learning how to live in harmony with nature. So herbs have consciousness. When you look at the this movie, the Avatar, I don't know whether that's the first one or the second one. The Avatar movie, where the ants and plants and all these things were in the what would they say, in another dimension, and then American soldiers coming to destroy and all kind of things. So those of you who haven't seen that movie, I think you should go back and see it. It's also talking about how you can go into another dimension and be able to meet, like what this Meta is doing. That film called Meta, is it Meta? It's a movie where somebody goes into this and their spirit will now interact with other people's spirit, not on the physical plane, but on another level, and they learn some information or lessons from there, they bring it back to physical plane. So nature is beautiful, and every single entity on this planet that we are has got a purpose and a reason for being here. We cannot really understand them, that's why we destroy them. But also, they are also made in such a way that they don't react physically to you, but then the results of their reactions will come and meet you later. Like what we are talking about, the global warming. Herbs can talk to you. Herbs can call you. And you hear them calling you. And you turn around and then you see which herb is calling you. And sometimes the herb will tell you what it can do. That's why our ancestors were able to know which herb and which herb that can combine and create energy, or can draw an entity into the physical world to be acting as your guide, your protector, and give you direction. And that's what Vodou is all about. Knowing which herb and which herbs to put together. And these herbs, they talk. They communicate with you. I can communicate with a lot of herbs, and when I go inside bush and I'm looking for herb, I have that herb in my mind, I know its name, and then when I get there, I say a prayer that I'm looking for you. I'll be looking, and the bush is big, there's so many herbs, and maybe this one that I'm looking for is a very small one. But then somewhere along the way, I'll just hear them tell me that, okay, look this way. And when I look there they are. Then I pick them. I pay homage, then I pick what I needed, and I thank them, and I move on. And every human being can also learn how to tune in to be able to understand this nature. It is not limited to only some special people. It is only you learning from a proper teacher who can guide you, so that you can now tune in, and your what will I say, your vibration or your wavelength can come in that kind of equilibrium with that of the with the herbs, then you can pick information from them. See, sound travels in a plane, and if you have the proper instrument, like a transistor, radio, or whatever, you'll be able to tune that sound, and it comes in an audio form for you to listen to. Because the television station is far away, the radio station is very far away, and maybe even the telephone is also very far away. But then the person can call you, and it is traveling in wave form. It's not through wire now. It's in a wave form. But when you have a gadget, a device that can capture that wave, then that is translated to you to understand that wave. So that's what the universe is. That's what plants are. That's all that it is. So if you are able to tune into the wavelength of that plant, you will be able to understand what the plant is saying. I'm not saying this thing to make you people to think that this is, because it's something I practice. And I believe I'm teaching my children also. They also are practicing it. They could understand herbs, and herbs can call them and communicate with them, even whether they are with me in Ghana or they are any part of the world. If they are looking for some herb and the herb happen to be there, the herb will call them and tell them that, oh, we are here. And they go pay homage and they pluck whatever they needed and use. So I think, Antonio, you are aware of all these things. But then the question is very interesting for other people to learn as well. Yeah. So
Movie was Ready Player One. Ready Player One.
Ready?
Ready Player One.
Ready Player One.
Yes.
Okay. That was a movie, Ready Player One. Okay. Okay. This is a movie I was talking about, Meta. It's a Ready Player One. So you may go back and look. So in this universe or in our world, everything is vibrating some waves. And it is up to you to be able to tune in and be able to receive that wave and translate it into human language for other people to understand. It is the same thing when I take the mirror and I start to do a reading. It is the waves that I receive, the pictures that I'm shown in my mind is what I try to translate into physical thing. And I think 90 plus something percent, I'm always right. So I think, Antonio, you can remember one time when there's a lady was in the US and you were with me here in Ghana, and the lady wanted to do a reading and asking about some question, and we were doing it, and Abochi was able to pick all the information, whatever was happening. I was living here in Ghana. I've never met her before, but Abochi was able to go and pick all the information, whatever. She was into real estate and all kind of problems. Yeah. So if only we can tune in, we'll be able to understand the universe. We'll be able to understand our world, at least this physical earth. We'll be able to understand and be able to live in harmony. And maybe there will be peace. People will not be carrying guns to shoot each other down in order to take their wealth, so that they can be happier and other people are sad. So, yes, plants can talk, trees can talk, even animals can communicate. It is up to you to. If animals can understand us, why we are not understanding them? Animals can understand human beings. They know when you are angry, they can feel it. Even if you don't beat them or anything, they know you are angry. They can feel that way. So why can't we understand them? So it's only patience and the desire to know, to understand them, that will make us to understand the world we live in. And then we live in harmony with the world. So plants, even animal plants, if you want to cut them, they know that you want to harm them. They know that you want to harm them, but they have no defense against you. But if you are a person who can receive their sound or their waves, you will understand that they know that you want to, they are saying, please don't harm us. When you have a flower or a plant in your house and you pay attention to it, giving it water, giving it nutrients and everything, that plant knows that you like it and you love it, and the plant will blossom. And it's when it sees you, it's happy. It knows that you are coming to help it to grow. Unlike when you take your mower or your weed killer, you want to kill them, they know you want to kill them. So until and unless we are able to tune in into their waves, we cannot really understand what they are telling us, and we cannot have harmony with them. That's all that it is. So plants do communicate. And it is not everybody who can understand their communication now, but if you make it a point to learn, you will. Did I answer your question, Antonio?
Yeah, exactly. And about you mentioned animals, and it made me think of this book I was reading about people in Amazonia, Ecuador, and there is this anthropologist wrote this book, and it says like when you go sleep in the forest, sometimes you sleep in the forest because you're hunting. So when you sleep, you want your face to be visible. You know, you want your face to look. So don't sleep like a couch as you're couching, but face the forest with your eyes somehow. Because when the jaguar, the animal, comes, they will see you have eyes, so they will not attack you. Right? If they see you with no eyes, they will think you just me. But if they see your eyes, they recognize you as another animal. So they will respect and will not attack you. So it means like that what the other animal beings see us is also crucial to how we encounter the world. You don't want to be just me. You want to also be a contributor. So the same goes for the world, for the other entities that you mentioned. Yeah. It's interesting how we find this knowledge, I think, distributed all around the world. You know, when we go into, somehow known eschatological, known main world religion things. Not just Christianity.
Yeah, I think the primitive man, as they call them, the primitive man was closer to nature, and they used nature for their guidance. And as modern society develops, we begin to lose this contact and connection with nature. Probably out of greed, we want to destroy things so that we can have a bigger houses, bigger space, and with that, the modern man lost contact with nature. But the primitive man, as he was called, had so much connection with nature. They know which direction the wind is blowing, and they know what to do. And if you are, I don't know how to say it, but yeah, generally, the primitive man was better than us, I would say, in connecting with nature. But that knowledge is not totally gone. Because according to our people, in the olden days, the dwarfs, the mermaids, the fairies were closer to human beings in the sense that they were living almost in the same environment. But as time goes on and human development or modern society start to develop and their habitats and everything has been destroyed, that's why you don't find these connections closer to us anymore. Even now, there are certain herbs you can never find them in our immediate environment. You may need to travel far away, sometimes to the mountains or even to the deeper forest to be able to harvest them. Because sometimes I needed a herb and I have to drive about 200, 300 kilometers just to go and walk around the area that I felt that they will be. And then when I'm walking, I do my prayers, or I do my prayers, and then slowly, the herbs will start to show me where they are, and then I pick them. So the primitive man was better than us, I would say, as far as connection with nature and living in harmony with nature. But we today are full of pride and self-centered interest. We don't want to share the world with anything. We just want to be ourselves. Thank you very much, Antonio. Okay, let's go to Samuel. You want to say anything?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure, can hear you.
Okay, so one question I want to ask is, this is something that used to happen when I was younger, and I wanted to ask you about it. It didn't happen a lot, but it happens enough where I know it happened. So, for example, a lot of times when I be in a parking lot, say I'm leaving a grocery store, I'm leaving the mall, I'm leaving the laundry, whatever, and I'm heading towards my car, I would hear my name, but I would look around and nobody's there from me. And I was wondering, does that mean anything? Does that mean anything?
It means a lot. I don't know what entities you had been introduced to when you were young. Maybe even before you knew yourself, your fathers, maybe your grandfathers, or some people might have either bathed you in some spiritual herbs, or they have done certain things to protect you. Maybe you grew up without knowing it, or someone within your families at the time had done something to protect the generations. And this is very true that such things can call your names or your name just to remind you that we are around you, or we are here for you. They are like your bodyguards, they are like your spirit guardians, because the bracelet that we wear, it also calls Tobijopata, also calls people from time to time. When you are far away or you have been given the bracelet, you before you know, I used to, when I give it to people, I explain that, I tell them that yeah, the spirit can call your name. You will look around, you won't find anyone, and then again it will call you again, then you will not find anyone. That is only giving you assurance that I am here with you. So when I initiate people, I let them know this so that they shouldn't be surprised when they hear their name and look around and they don't see anybody. So it is true, it does happen. There is some entity either from your ancestral roots that is still guiding and following you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And Tonya, do we have anything from Tonya? Tonya Thomas. Okay, I think we are done with Zoom for now. Let's go on to Facebook and YouTube and see who are there. Okay, we have the last was Benny Moswane, who from South Africa, where we were talking about spiritual significance and then of my heart, which I said is nothing. And then we have a wait along, powerful teaching. You are the representation of God and no. I'm just doing my part. Thank you. I'm just doing my part. I'm not representing anybody. I'm only here to do my part. Thank you. Thank you. Then the wait along is, when are the days I can come to the temple to change my destiny from bad to good? Okay, wait along. I think you wait along. I think you need to book an appointment. They will type in the appointment number and you book an appointment, you come, and then we will discuss the things that, how it is done and things that are needed to do. So wait along, please. They'll be sending you the number, which is 0262, and they'll book an appointment for you. I think that's it. So when you book an appointment, I'll be available to attend to you. Thank you very much for that request. Okay, just been it to. Yeah, no, the Mike Perea is wait along. Yeah. Okay, the next one is Mike Perea. Papa, I like your conversation with Baba Wakiri, but how do you know if your enemies are stronger than you? You can have medicine, but somebody's attack can be stronger than your defense. Yes, that's very, very true, Mike Perea. That's why you don't go looking for trouble. You know, there's a saying in Ewe that trouble doesn't find people. It is human beings who are finding trouble. So when you have a spiritual power, that doesn't give you the right to go around and be messing up and challenging people. Nature is also so good that your defense may be weak, but if you are not the one causing trouble, nature will come to your defense when it becomes necessary. So be humble and simple. Don't show off that you have spiritual power or you have physical power or monetary power or political power or whatever power. It is good to be humble. No matter how much you have, no matter how much you know, it is just good to be simple. So don't go looking for trouble and trouble will not find you. If somebody's power is bigger than yours, if you're not looking for a trouble, that bigger power is not coming to attack you. But if you're showing off and making people angry, then they will attack you. And if their power happens to be stronger than your defense, they will destroy you. So find a better way to live in this world, not to create problem for yourself. Thank you very much, Mike Perea. Okay, we have our sister Lizzie Ashokai. Greetings, Papa. Hello, Lizzie. How are you? How is my gentle giant? Thank you very much for joining the section. And then, as always, thanks for your wisdom and knowledge. Thank you all, too, for joining in. You made it possible. But when you are not asking the question, I won't be able to get the answers for you. So thank you very much, all of you, for joining. And my regards to all the children and your mother. I'm very grateful. Then we have Renal Idubo. So my humble greetings to you, Papa, and the family. Thank you very much, Renal. How are you? Thank you very much for joining the session. And then we have our brother Fatai Rashid in the US saying the sound is good. Thank you, Fatai. How are you? Hope everything is fine. Yes, I read your message on WhatsApp. Thank you very much, and I'm wishing you very well, wishing you all the best so that that situation will be over in your life. We thank the gods and ancestors for bringing the positivity into what you are doing. And then I have Mauli Sifas Atiku again. I met him at the airport when I was working there as a security. That is 2016. And he used my phone to make a call. Since that, we became friends. Okay, Mauli Atiku, because I asked the question, how did you meet him? Thank God that you are not trying to take advantage of him. If he promised to help you and he's not helping you, what you would do is that come and find out what is wrong with you yourself, not him, but with yourself. What is wrong in your life? Why things don't flow to you? There are certain times in our lives that we'll find good people who are willing to help us, but our own things that are surrounding us block that thing from happening to us. So when you do a reading or divination, consultation, spiritual consultation, you will find out what is happening in your life. And when you fix it, things will be fine. So Mauli, Akwe. Okay, let's go on, and then we go to our sister Kadi Fisher. I say, wow, very powerful story. Thank you, Papa. Thank you to Kadi. How are you? How is Cameron and everybody? I regards and greetings to all. Thank you very much for joining. And then we have Renal Idubos, a beautiful story of Papa experience. Thanks for sharing. We love you. Thank you very much, Renal Idubo. Thank you. Yeah, there are so many things that happened in many, many people's lives. Not only in my life, but I'm just telling you people one of the stories of this. And I have had so many of those. But then my heart is clean, my mind is very sharp, and I look forward for positivity in everything that I do. I plan no evil for no one, and I don't think I'll plan evil for anyone. But if you do plan evil for me, I think we will meet on the spiritual plane, and the cup that is bigger will fetch more water than the one that is small. Yes, and we have our sister Gifty Jide Ekuya. Say greetings, Papa. Greetings. How are you, Gifty? Thank you very much for joining the section. I was tempted to call you last week, but then I don't know. I didn't call you. But thank you very much that you are here. You are listening. Thank you for joining the section. And then we have Vivian Bakaya. Say, Papa, thank you for sharing your story. I've learned to be more humble and patient. Please do. Yes, that's the best key. Being patient and humble opens so many doors that you cannot even believe will be open for you. Nature will fight your battles for you. And we have Maulisi Fasatiku say, I will pick your number and call you so that I can come to the temple. Sure, Mauli, anytime. Akwe. Then we have Marilyn Indua here saying, same for all materials, lemons, limes, cinnamon, alligator pepper, water, and so on. Always call them by name and engage them prior to use. Yes, that's very true. Thank you very much, Marilyn. Great. You are really one of a kind. Thank you. Then we have Fatai say greetings to you, Uncle. Greetings, Fatai. We'll chat after the program and see how things are going with you. Thank you very much for joining the section. Okay, we are done with. Who put that angry face on that thing there? Who is angry with what? Or somebody needs. Okay, go see more first. Okay, the Maoli was the Maoli Atiku was angry. Okay, maybe when I was explaining that if it's not scamming people. Yes, who is speaking? Go ahead. Is it Zoom? Emmanuel. Emmanuel, are you on Zoom? Yes. Okay, Emmanuel. Thank you. You have any question? It's your first time. I'm so glad to join the group. I just found that today's my blessed Sunday. We thank God. Yeah. You said? Nice meeting you too. Nice meeting you. And if you have any question for all of us to ponder about, please ask the question. We'll try to see if we can explain and answer it so that all of us can learn. We are all learning here. Yeah. No, the problem I just talked is I don't know what was the agenda. So I'm not sure the agenda for what makes me come here, I don't want to create, in a Zoom. When you come here, you have to present it. And it's way before I say Thank you very much for joining us. We are very grateful. And please don't go away. Just listen to the talk we are talking, and maybe you can bring in something that we will all learn from. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, anybody on Clubhouse that wanted to say something so far? Okay, so on Clubhouse we don't have anybody, but then we have Jalil on YouTube saying greetings. Are we able to have the favor of water spirits and work with them or petition without being initiated? Yes and no, Jalil. So water entities or spirits that use water bodies as their way of expressing themselves or their way of where they live, their abode, are many and different. So to have a favor of a water spirit, then you must have the name of the water spirit, or somebody must have a water spirit that they have. And that person should be able to introduce you, not necessarily initiation, and then the person can pray to the entity that they are connected with on your behalf. Then, yes, you can have the favor of a water spirit, but you need to have connection with a spirit to have the favor of that spirit. Unless, of course, the spirit itself likes you and wanted to connect with you, then it can do favor for you without you really asking it. But if you are going to ask a spirit for a favor and you don't have access to that spirit, or you have no knowledge of that spirit, then you must go to a person who knows or who has access to that spirit to pray or introduce you to the spirit and ask the spirit to do a favor for you. But without you knowing any spirit and you can, without even knowing the spirit, how are you going to ask the spirit for a favor? You're just telling me like you are walking on the street without knowing anybody, and you just people are walking around, and then you say, "Oh, please help me, please help me." Yes, maybe somebody out of a lot will walk and help you. But if you know people or you have a mission, something that will attract people to you, and when they see it, then they may do a favor for you. So the spirit world, as well as the physical world, has rules and regulations. People don't just go doing favor to people. They do favor to people because they want to gain something. What that may be is known to them alone. So if you want to favor from a water spirit, then try to find someone who has connection with water spirit so that they can pray on your behalf so that the spirit can favor you. Thank you very much, Jalil. Yes, somebody on Clubhouse wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Harold, you have the hand up. Okay.
Hello, good morning. Well, it's morning here in Los Angeles. Very early for me today.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Bokor, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
I just wanted to ask about mental health within, anything that you want to talk about mental health. I mean, how do practitioners go about knowing the difference between someone who has mental health issues and someone who is hearing voices that are coming from spiritual places? Is that even an issue in your culture?
Yeah, I think mental health is an issue in every culture. It's one of the fast-growing sicknesses that people have, and then some are very prominent, and some are very mild, and some don't even tell people that they have mental health. Even stress by itself is a mental health problem. When you are under stress and having all kind of stress is also mental health problem somehow. What happens is that there are some mental health that are coming from, will I say, chemical imbalance of the body and brain. Some mental health problems are coming from the spirit world, and some mental health problems are also coming from drug abuse, which will eventually lead to chemical imbalance in the body. So, in my community, when a person has gotten a mental problem or it shows signs of mental problem, they have about 3 levels. I think that one is okay. I think I can remember 2. I don't have any even people closer to me here who really know every language, but I know one is called Moi. Moi, which means the person is behaving as if it's not normal. Then at times, the person is normal. So it's in between not really being normal and sometimes being normal. Then we have got another one, Dava, J, or person who will now get crazy, remove his or her clothing and be walking naked. That's in Dava. So the Mohi is mostly a lot of people through because of stress or some shock or certain thing had happened in their life, their balance changes. The balance of their mind, mental balance changes, and they begin to behave as if they were not normal. Sometimes they will be normal. So there are many people walking around today like that. And with the least mistake, they will touch. When we say they touch means they get something disturbs them, and then they just go high and start to insult or start to attack. But the other one, which is the madness, is the one that you get crazy and walking around, and sometimes some people don't even remove their clothes, but they just walk and walk and walk and walk. They don't even know where they are going. All day, all night, they are walking. So what happens in our community is that when such things start happening to the person, those who are Christians take people to prayer camps so that they can pray for them, because they believe that there's a negative energy or spirit that is disturbing the person. And those who believe in traditional spirituality will go to do spiritual consultation to find out what is happening to the person. And when those on our path, they do a reading or spiritual consultation, it will indicate what is coming from the spiritual sphere or from the metaphysical world into the physical world, affecting the person. And if that is properly fixed, the situation of the mental health will be lifted off the person, and the person becomes normal as if nothing had happened. There are also cases where spirits want to interact with the physical world, and they choose a particular person or a people or one single person out of the lot so that they can now pass their information through such a person. The person becomes their voice. But then if due to social constraints and the person doesn't want to be the voice of the spirit world or of the ancestors, then that person will start to behave as if he's mad, and the spirit will be upon them. And it is not only in our community. When you look into the Bible, I think John the Baptist was a crazy man, in such a way that the Spirit of God, according to what the Bible wrote, was upon him, and he has to live in the forest and live in the rivers and river banks and outside, not being at home. And it is through him that Jesus Christ of Nazareth came through, that he was the one who saw him as a leader, as someone who could come and save his people, and finally initiated him into becoming a real spiritual person where he can communicate with the spirit world and work for the good of humanity. So this kind of craziness is there. So in every society there are mental health problems, but it depends on how people look at it. I had a cousin who lived in the US at the time, and she had stayed in the US for a very long time, I think over 40 plus years. And then at one time, I was told that she wasn't feeling well, and it was becoming like a madness or craziness or mental issue. So they had been to hospitals, in the mental hospitals, and with all kind of depressants and all kind of medicines given her to control her mind, but it wasn't getting better. So I asked the children to send her back home to me. So they sent her, I picked her up at the airport, brought her to my shrine, and started working on her. And within 1 month, she was okay, and she is still very okay today. Because I had identified the problem, and we went to the root of the problem, we solved the problem, and she's fine. So in my community, whenever people have mental problem, those who are bold enough to approach the traditionalists, the traditional priest or priestess would do a divination to find out exactly what is going wrong, and then when it is fixed, the person will be fine. So, Zil, this is how we deal with mental issues in our community.
Okay, so there was I'm having some issues hearing for some reason, like it's kind of breaking up a little bit. But what I think I heard you say is that you have a lot of different ways of dealing with it, that it exists, you recognize that it exists in everywhere in the world, among all human beings and populations, and that traditionally in your culture, you would do the divination first to discover more information about what's happening to the person.
Right.
And then you have specific traditional recipes, or the divination will tell you what to do to help fix the person.
Sure. When the divination is done, it will
Okay.
tell whatever it is, and then we follow that.
Okay. And then, so one thing that I didn't, if I could have you just repeat this part. Are there some mental health issues that remain long term after the divination, or is it always taken care of?
There are some mental issues. That's what I said.
Tell the story of your sister.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier, that these mental issues, some are due to spirits wanted to communicate through a particular person or a particular individual, and that's why they are upon the person. But due to social constraints, maybe the person is a Christian, and here the ancestors or a particular deity in the family that had not been attended to now wanted to use this person as a mouthpiece or a spokesperson. But being Christian or religious people, and due to social constraints, people may think that, oh, how can a Christian become a Vodou? Or how can a Christian become a Husi or Huno? Or how can they go back to their ancestral root and be doing some traditional thing? So the family and society will restrain that person taking the medicine that is supposed to be given, or the treatment that is supposed to be given, and in this case, initiating the person into traditional spirituality, whereby the person become the spokesperson of the spiritual world. And if they refuse to do it, the sickness can never go. So there are so many people like that who, families who say, no, we don't want our child, our daughter, our son to do this. So we don't believe that we'll go to the hospital, and that will remain until the day they die. So it is not like just through divination and everybody accept and do. But if you are sick and you are given a medicine and you don't want to take the medicine, how do you expect to be healed? When you are taking the wrong medicine, you will never heal.
Yeah. So now, schizophrenia is one of those mental health issues that is very distinct.
Common.
I think that most people.
Schizophrenia, whatever it is, schizophrenia.
Okay.
It's very common now. And this is coming mostly out of stress. And stress from society on people. Because people are not free. People don't have freedom. Everybody has to dance to the drum.
The question.
Yeah, go ahead, Zil. Go ahead.
I'm asking the question. Sorry, we have a little bit of delay between this. I probably need to drop out and then log back on so I have a better connection. But with schizophrenia, people talk out loud as if they're hearing many voices, and that's why I say it seems. You said common, and I said distinct because I think that at least in the United States, if you know a little thing about how someone's talking to themselves a lot, as if they're talking to other people or another person, we know that to be schizophrenia. And so, I just wondered about that specific one, how that one is dealt with in, Vodou and in your culture historically.
That's what I said, that maybe the person who is getting crazy or getting madness or having mental problem, it is the problem of maybe some spirit or some deity or some entity from the ancestral world, from the spirit world, from the metaphysical world, wanted to use such a person as a spokesperson or voice to teach, to guide, and also to give advice to the community or to certain people. Here, the society is restraining that, and due to societal images or social images, people want to prove who they are, but who they are not in reality. And they will deny what should be treated. Because those who are seers, like me, people who are having spiritual eyes and spiritual ears, who can see beyond the normal 5 sensory organs, or those having the extra sensory perception, ESP, between such people and people who are having schizophrenia, there's not that much difference. It's only a very thin line between them. The people on the spiritual aspect are using it to guide others, whereas the people who are having the mental health do not know how to control and use what is happening to them, and they are just walking about, speaking in the air and seeing certain things and running away from them and attacking others. There was a lady who came into my reading not too long ago. We were going to, I knew her almost about 3 years, but we've never met physically. She lives in the States, and anytime you ask her to do a reading, she tries to find a way to because she's not willing to pay money. Let me be very straightforward. She's not willing to pay money for anything, but she thinks that she can use people to get to solve her problem. And I'm not such a person. I can do selfless service to people, but when I think that you think you are smart and you feel that my services do not need to be paid for, I'll treat you as such. She came from the US and she called me that she's in Ghana. She wanted to come and do a reading. So I gave her direction. She came. My reading is, locally, my reading is 400 Ghana cedis plus 2 bottles of beef eater gin. She put $6 down for us to do a reading for her, even though she knew. $6, even in my local currency, is not anything. Cannot even buy one bottle of drink. Let me be very straightforward. But I accepted it. And we were doing the reading for her, and she started punching the air. She said there are some people with her here. She started punching like she was fighting with somebody. Physically, she was punching. And then I knew what was happening to her. And we told her, but she did not take it serious. And we told her what to do to avoid it. She did it. So I cannot force her. So things happen like that. People, I don't know, maybe due to social issues and society, they try to pretend to be something. Meanwhile, what they were designated to do, they are not doing that, and that is disturbing them. So that sickness of schizophrenia or whatever you call it, schizophrenia, is plenty everywhere, and is in even more in black people these days than even in other races. So it is happening. So if someone is seek intervention through medical interventions, and if that is not working, look for spiritual and psychic interventions to see if the person can be fixed. Because a lot of these things are happening because of society's pressures and stress.
Yeah. I think that I heard you say one thing. I just want to repeat it back to you. You said that you suspect that in some cases, some people who are hearing lots of voices in a schizophrenic kind of way may just not be in control of the situation where they could
yes, very true,
and be able to, in a healthy way.
Yeah, because if I am hearing voices here in my ear, I know what to do with them, and I know what to do. Because when I'm doing reading, I am hearing voices, and I'm being given directions. I'm seeing pictures. I'm seeing pictures of different locations, and then I'm asking the person who I am doing the reading for. I'm looking at this location with this building, with this color, and this number. Where is this place? Then most of the time the person will say, oh, that was where I had lived before, or that's my home, or whatever. And I hear names, and I ask them, who is this person? I'm hearing this name. Who is this? Oh, this is my uncle, this is my father, this is my mother, this was my child. So I am able to direct it. But unlike someone who does not know all this and has not passed through this path that I am on, it is madness. Anything that he or she is hearing is madness. And people on the physical plane will not believe. They'll go and tie you up. So there's not so much big, it's only a thin line between people who have got the sixth sense and people suffering from some mental health diseases. I would have been called a mad person if I would have been called a mad person if I don't know how to direct and listen to whatever I am hearing and then directing it to a positive answer. Somebody will say, "Oh, this guy is just crazy." Then I'm not crazy. I am really hearing and I know what they are, and I'm directing and asking questions to people who sit in front of me, and I'm able to tell them what their ancestors or the spirit world is trying to communicate with them. If it is their own mistake too, I tell them.
I've observed that some people in my life who've been very close to me do certain things that seem self-destructive. And I see them as being people who sometimes are very, very, very sensitive in very gifted ways. And, it's like I observe or suspect that they're doing certain things to themselves to drown out their gifts because it's so overwhelming, I don't know.
People have different kind of gifts. But if you
Right.
don't know how to use your gift, you will look like a crazy person.
Hmm.
Yeah, if you have a gift and you don't know how to manage your gift, you look like a crazy person. It's just like putting a gold chain on the neck of a pig. And a pig, what does gold chain mean to a pig? Doesn't mean anything. So some people don't know how to use the gift that is given them. So to them it is something different. So we just leave it there. When it is their time to know, they know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Phil. Yes, I think somebody came on Elena Pelu. Is the person wanted to talk? Or who wants? I think we saw Coco also is here. Okay. Okay. Anybody on Clubhouse, or let's go to YouTube, let's go to Facebook and see if we have some. Okay, we don't have anybody on. Okay, we have Jali again. He said, okay, we start from wait along. I love Vodou a lot, and as for me, I will not hide them just because of some people's ignorance. Yes, I understand with you. Wait along. Truth is that we are all not the same. There are certain people who care so much about their outward image than what they really are, and such people are always careful and afraid to be what they are supposed to be. So we are all not the same. Maybe you and I may not feel shy dealing with Vodou, but there are some people who were born in the house of Vodou and they had been fed with Vodou and everything, but once they get a Western education, they begin to kind of hide whatever they wear so that they can look better and want to be like Europeans. Yeah, so who say Europeans also do not have Vodou? They also have. Otherwise, they wouldn't have written all those fairy tales of King Midas have ass's ears, Thor. Just mention them, Cinderella, and all these things. They also have Vodou. So if they are not calling their own Vodou, does not mean that it's not Vodou. So everybody has. So wait along. People have problem. And then wait along again is saying that if I hadn't seen you on YouTube, like I will always say that I'm useless. The very day I will book an appointment, half of my problems will be over. I pray so. I pray so. I pray so. Wait along. And then say, your teachings are very good and deep. It needs people with wisdom to really understand you. You will live you will live for 170 years, then you come back in the next world. Oh, thank you. Thank you. 170 years, where am I going to take it to? Hey. I want to go and come back quick, and so I can fulfill my destiny. Thank you very much. Wait along. And then we have Jalil again. Jalil said, do you think it's best to connect with our Chi, Ori, and ancestors before trying to connect with spirits who don't know us, even if we feel connected? I believe very strongly that your Ori is what you came into this world with the Igbo or the Eastern people call Chi, and then we, the Aries, we call Se or Jomese. And other people call it a different name because that's the spirit that you came into this world with, and that is you, and that's you yourself, your inner self. It is best to connect with it first before connecting with anything. But then, if you don't know how to connect with your Ori, at least you can connect with your ancestors because you are their representative here. You can connect with them. And if you don't know how to connect with your ancestors, If you have an opportunity to connect with any spirit, deity, Vodou, or Orisha, whatever you may call it, connect with them. Through one, you will learn about the others. There is no hurry. Whatever is available to you, use that to move forward. There is a saying in my AV language that the stick that you have in your hand is what you will use when you are confronted with a snake. If you don't have a very big stick in your hand, but a snake is about to attack you, it is that very small stick in your hand that you will try to use to fight it away. You don't leave that stick down and go and be looking for a big stick before you beat it. Because what about by the time you are going to look for a big stick and it bites you? So the stick that you have in your hand is what you will use in defending yourself when you are confronted with any challenge. So Jalil, whatever you know, whatever is closer to you, use that and start from somewhere. Thank you very much. And then Facebook, I think. Okay, we are with our big sister Oluchi. Saying, oh wow, peace and love, Papa and the family. I'm just coming now. Hopefully, I didn't miss much. No, you did not miss much. They are always there for you to study. And then Oura, hello, can I get a number to call on privately, please? Yes, we have a number to give you. You can call. Write African Magic Temple number for this for Oura. What are you trying to do? Why won't you just go to the reply and put it? Why going into that section? Okay, so we have after Oura, we have Vivian Baka. Papa, same thing is happening to me. I've been talking to myself and getting angry about everything. Oh no, God, help me. I don't want to go mad. You won't go mad, my dear. You are not going to go mad at all. You have Jokpata with you. You are not going to go mad. Things will be okay. So just take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. We can chat later and tell me exactly what is going on, and I will give you direction. You are not getting mad. Sometimes stress, frustration, anger from people that are dear to us, people's behavior, sometimes makes you mad, and you begin to think as if you are here only to be working for other people to be happy. And sometimes this get stressful, and you may be thinking so many things, and sometimes even the thoughts of suicide and all this may come into your mind, all this thing, but you are not mad. It's just knowing how to manage it. You'll be fine. And the big sister Oluchi also was laughing. I think I said something that was funny. Also replying to, okay, we have already replied to Oura. Thank you very much. And I think the Facebook, YouTube, and also Zoom. I don't know whether people have any question on Zoom to ask. Yes, okay. Shamba on Clubhouse wanted to ask a question. Yes, go ahead, Shamba.
Yes, Papa. My Gumaga, you know the herb that we put inside?
Yeah.
On one of them, the herb came out. So is it something that I could do to like maybe wet the herb again? And
You can wet the herb. You can wet the herb with water and add it to it. It will stick, because the herb by nature, the herb by nature is a little bit sticky. So if it falls off from the gumaga or peel off from the gumaga, you can what do you call it? You can wet it and then put it back. And even if it is not inside, it's okay, because the others have it, so the others will support it.
Okay. Should I put Venia in?
The Avenia? The Avenia, what you do is that you don't put it inside the what do you call it? You don't put it into the gumaga bed. You mix the water and then you sprinkle the water just like how you feed your essay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sprinkle it on the gumaga itself from your left, right. First you hold the concord in your right, then you use your left to sprinkle on the gumaga. Then you change it to the another hand, and you do it only 3 times. One on the right, left, right. Then you just do that, and that is okay. Because from time to time, you need to do that for your gumaga in order to, if it has been doing reading for you for some time, you have to re-energize it by doing that so that it can speak directly and correctly.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you can do that too. That's fine. That's another way of energizing your gumaga.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you too. Then we have Manuel say, Manuel, to everyone, please, I'm looking forward to your number, Papa, to know more. And I will be so happy to talk with you privately. Sure. And I want to learn more. I have been practicing Ifa for a few years, but learning by listening a few years, but learning by listening. My spiritual name is Ifayimika Ayinke. I am really interested in learning the proper way to do things so that I can be of service to myself first, then to others. That is very wonderful, Manuel. That is very, that's Coco, eh? Is it Coco who was saying that? Yeah, Coco said that. Thank you very much, Coco. And my number is there. And you can call me and you can learn from me. And they will put my number for you too. And Manuel, also my direct number has been given to you, so you can always chat with me on WhatsApp, or you can call me. And if I am not too busy, we will talk. But once you get on WhatsApp, and even if I am not on my phone immediately, when I come and see the message, I will surely reply to you. Thank you all for being part of today's section. I'm very grateful to all of you. I think we are done with Zoom. Somebody's hand is up. Okay, I think Manuel's answer.
Oh, no. We have questions for Zoom, Papa. We have questions for Zoom.
Okay. Yeah, Zoom. Yes, I'm asking Zoom. Okay. Then we have Baba Wakiri there. Yes, go ahead, Baba.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
Yes.
We were talking about the Legba earlier.
Yes.
And one being stronger and one being less stronger.
Yes.
Because of the contents that are inside of it.
Right.
If you find out, or if you want to strengthen your Legba, is it a such thing as being able to add to it? Say, one learns more herbs or the things to go inside to make a Legba stronger. Is it a process or a such thing as making one's spirit of Vodou stronger? Or one would have to create a separate altogether? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Baba. There are too many ways of doing it. One way to strengthen your Legba, if the herbs that are in are not what you are supposed to have or don't have all the herbs. Because you cannot have all the herbs, you cannot know all the herbs. You can only know as you grow in spirituality to know that there is another herb that is powerful, there's another herb that is powerful, and then you add it to your Vodou. So in the case of Legba, you know, when Legba is created, it has a hole from the top that goes down to its bottom. So when you ask you ask the Legba, should I add this herb to you? Or not even Legba, any Vodou, should I add these herbs to you to strengthen you? Is it okay with you? Will that give you more strength? And the Legba or the Vodou says yes. Then you add it. Unlike certain Vodous like my Akan here, where every year or every 5 years I remove all the old herbs and then add new herbs into it, and if I find any other stronger herb that I have not used before and through consultation and it is fine, then I add it to it before starting the process all over. But Legba is not like that, whereby you can easily break your Legba down and then fix it. But in that case, if you think to break your Legba down and fix it again, then you must do a proper consultation with the Legba if that will be in accordance with its work with you. And if the Legba says, yes, you can break me down and refix me with these things, then of course you can do that. But it will also be very advisable to find a priest who knows very much about Legba, not just like somebody telling fantastical stories or fantasies or mystical stories. We're talking about practicality of the Legba, how the Legba can be very practical for you on this plane. Not when Legba was traveling and his grandfather called him and he didn't wake up in the morning and the cock crowed at dawn and he missed the first message. Not those kind of stories. The practicality of Legba at your shrine is what matters. Whether Legba was sleeping and then his mother left him or not, that doesn't happen now. That is mystical stories. But you having Legba at your gate or Legba at your shrine, where you can go and talk to Legba and give it a task, and the Legba will accomplish that task, that makes you a priest. Because when people bring problem to you and you are not able to solve the problem for them, then you are just like they themselves who have come to you. So what would you do to be able to solve the problem of the people who come to you? To be able to have powerful deities, entities that you can communicate with, and they will act on your communication. You give them tasks and they accomplish the task. And that's what makes the difference between you and the other people. So when you ask, you know the herbs that can make Legba strong, or you come across herbs that are powerful. You will now, if you want to introduce those herbs to your Legba, the first and foremost is to ask divination through Afa whether this is okay or it is not okay. If they say it's okay and you go along their direction, you don't have any problem. Everything will be fine.
Thank you, Bokor. It's a great explanation, I think very appropriate process as well in what you explained. My last question, and at this point in time, for the knowledge of all of us, every time we give offerings to our spirits, our Vodou, our Orishas, and because out of love, out of respect, we want you to do things for us, we appreciate it. When it is a food offering, how long should the food offering stay there? What would be the process of the food offering being there or checked long should it be there? What is the responsibility of the food? Does it just go on the trash? Does it go to the river? Does it go to a burial? Where does it go?
Okay.
Can you speak and give the class the knowledge and essence of that?
Okay. Depends on each and every Vodou. It depends on how long you leave the food there. That's one thing. For instance, like Esse, which is the Jogbese or Destiny, we usually give food a day, and the following day we have to remove the food. The stale food is not supposed to be in front of your Jogbese when the food is stale. So when you feed the Jogbese today, the following day, best is the following morning, you must go take the food away. But then due to some challenges, if you are not able to do it, then at least by the end of the following day, that food must be removed. Okay. When we send food to Legba, most of the time, Legba's foods that we send there are sacrifices from rituals, sacrifices for people's work. And that one can be there as long as you can leave it there. You don't remove them. And when you are bringing so many sacrifices and it is too many, then you begin to remove the old ones and leaving the current or the recent ones there, while the very old ones which had been there for about a month plus, we remove them and leave the current ones there. That is in the case of Legba. Okay, in the case of Afa itself, you feed Afa today, the following day you remove the food. But you can keep water and probably sweet drink in front of that for 2-3 days, 1 week before changing it, 2 weeks before changing it. Depends on your timing and the way you are close to that energy. And when you remove the food, usually when I remove food from my Esse or the spirits that are in the house, I usually give it to my dogs to eat. I don't go and throw it in the river. I don't go and throw it in the garbage. But in the case of Legba's food, the time I remove it, they are already very rotten and dry. So I usually will just dig a hole and pour them inside the hole and cover it. That's what I do at my shrine. I don't know how other people do at their shrines, but this is how I do mine at my shrine.
And what is the case of Ogu?
Egu, when we feed, we don't really put food offer to Ogu. At my shrine, I don't give food offer. Unlike in the diaspora, especially in the, what do you call it, the Hispanic community who practice Egu or Lokumi, who will give food and all this thing. I don't really do that. In my case, I only kill animal for the group and then make what we call jeje or veve. That's where the word veve comes from.
Is that the cornstarch?
Yes, the corn flour mixed with a bit certain parts of the animal that the Vodou or the spirit or the group eats. You just mix it with the dry corn flour. You taste a little bit and then sprinkle the rest on this thing. So it stays there forever until maybe another time. It's not something that's going to get spoiled and be smelling or whatever because the food will be cooked and then it's only just cut in small pieces and you sprinkle it, and that's it. So you're not, it's not going to be, you're going to cook food, come and put on a goo or pour it on it. No, I don't do that. I pray and hope one day you come to my shrine and see the way I handle spirits.
I hope one day that the spirits open the way for me to do the stirring.
Sure.
Thank you, Father.
Sure. You know, my shrine is in the city. It's in the capital city of Accra, of Ghana. My shrine is in the middle of the city. I'm not even in the, and it's on the major road. So everything that I am doing, I must do it in the sense of taking other people into consideration. People who are not practicing what I'm practicing, I must take them into consideration because I don't want to be a nuisance. I don't want to be a problem to other people. I am doing my thing, but I'm not doing it to disturb you. So when you come into my shrine, sometime when you enter into the shrine, you'll be wondering whether this is a real shrine or it's not a shrine. Because I've not mounted anything at the shrine that you will see that will frighten you or put you away. And most of the Vodous that are working with me are all underground. Pavement and everything is on them. You can walk and drive over them, but that doesn't stop them from being how powerful they are. So you come into my shrine, you can sit anywhere, you can drive anywhere. But the Vodous are still very active because I know which points they are, and when I want to feed them, I know where to feed them at. Because the physical thing, the physical thing is not the Vodou. The physical thing is only holding the energy together. And the energy can be anywhere and it's as free as air. The physical things are only to keep the human mind that there is something like this. The energies are everywhere. And they are not they cannot be constrained by time, a person, or a location. No, they are there, and they can be there, can be anywhere at any time. It's only your mental focusing on them, your connection with them is what makes it powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sante Sana.
Hello, Tonya. How are you?
Hi, Papa. I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
I was just sitting back and enjoying listening today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I had one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Could you share with us the first plant spirit that you connected with?
The first plant spirit that I came in contact with?
If you remember.
Oh, the first plant spirit the first plant spirit that I came in contact with, and I still have it, is the okay, this is the name. It has some English name, but the name is Soli, and is the same time called what do you call it? The one in the one that was planted. The one that can grow in the book. You put it inside a book and it starts to grow with leaves, it grows with woke. The Avis call it woke.
Evelyn.
Eh? It's woke is a plant. Go and get it. Somebody get me woke. I will show you the leaf so that you cannot see it. It has a name in Spanish too. Simprieso or something. I think Sena is not online now. Otherwise, he would have given you the name. But I will show you the plant itself. Okay, not eh? It's Alantropinata. Wait, they will get it. It's there. I have the herb. I've been planting it all my life. I even planted it in Japan. That's the same herb that we use for memory powder. Exactly the same you're talking about. It's called Calantropinata. Big brother, I call.
Common name is air plant.
Air plant.
Air plant. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I think there's another name for it. Okay. This man didn't find that thing. How many minutes does it take to pluck that herb? Tonya, just hold on one moment. They'll bring the herb. I'll show it to you, and then I think everybody will know it. Yes.
Okay. What was the experience? Like, what was the contact?
The herb actually in every it represents the herb of thunder, a soul. It represents a thunder, so it's a thunder herb. Yes, this one. Okay, Calantropinata. Yes, is that the real one? Press the one in the pot. No, that one is different. Yeah, this one. Press it. Well, let me see. No, that's not the same. But the one the light. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. This one is a Wikipedia is calling Calantropinata. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. We call it Soli. We call it Walker. People call it Aflatoga, but this is not Aflatoga. Where did Tony go? Menyan amayo na wa eba chata be eduka so na pay me. Menyan amayo, Walker menyan Walker. Okay, this is the herb that was my first herb I came in contact with when I started my AV traditional spirituality. I knew this herb since I was a child, but I didn't really know how to use it. And as I started my African traditional spirituality, I was the first herb because it was given to me with a ring to protect me. And so this was, I think people have it all over. That's called Calantropinata, but there's another name for it. But we call it Walker in Ewe. It's a herb that
I don't know if we have that here. We might be too far north.
You should have it. This is the back.
Maybe something that's down.
You see, it can grow. The roots are starting to come at the sides.
Yeah.
It doesn't really die so easily.
Wow.
If you put it inside your book, it will grow roots, and when you drop it inside water or anywhere, it will all the leaves. New plants will generate from all the sides, and they will all be independent plants.
Wow.
So just this leaf alone can make you a whole farm. If you want to make a herbal farm of this, this leaf alone, it can last you for about maybe 6 to 7 months. If you keep it in a very quiet place, it will grow. And then when you put it in water or put it inside the earth and cover it with some small sand, it will grow. Each corner here will have a plant, a complete plant that will grow and grow these leaves on their own. So it's a very powerful herb in Ewe Vodou, and especially in Yewe. It's a very, very powerful herb. It's also used for cleansing and other things. There's so many uses of this one. It's a representation of the thunder. It's a thunder herb that controls and commands thunder. Yeah. So this was the first herb that I started learning with, and I had always had it in my garden, even when I was living in Japan. Maybe it was even though it was a temperate zone and cold country, I was able to keep it growing in my room, and always it had always been with me. People call it in our language, woke.
Thank you so much for sharing, Papa.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you very much too. Okay, so Coco. Okay, she's not talking. And then we have Esco Poku.
Hello. Yes. Good. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to. I don't know if. I wanted to. This is more personal, so I wanted to have that conversation with you. I don't know if that would be possible.
Are you what? I'm not. I couldn't hear you well.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is a very personal question.
Okay. So
I was wondering if possibly at the end of the session I could have that conversation.
Sure, no problem. At the end of the section, you can have the conversation with me. My number, my direct number is there on they put it there on the Zoom for people who want to have direct contact with me. You can. So thank you very much, Esco.
Okay. So is it I use WhatsApp. So can I? Is this your WhatsApp number as well?
Yes, it's my WhatsApp number. It's my phone number. It's my only number that I use directly.
Okay, so I'm going to WhatsApp now.
No problem.
After the session.
After the session, I can connect with you. Thank you very much. Yes. So we have let's go to. I think we should go to. We go to Facebook. It's almost nobody there now. Oh, we have. Okay. Okay. So we have on Facebook. Okay, Ura say thank you, sir. And then we have Delali say. First, like that one first. Then we have Delali say greetings to you, Papa, and your crew. I hope everyone is doing fine. Please, my question is, was there a way our forefathers used to teach Afa initiates who are also trained in Afa divination on how to interpret and give the meaning of all the pollens when they fall during divination? Thank you. Yes, the Lord is saying, when you get Fa, in the olden days, when you are initiated into Fa, and it is your desire to become an Afa Bokor or a Afa priest or priestess, let's say, you are going to spend some time with your teacher, maybe a year, 2, 3 years, with your top Bokor, as it is called in even the person who teaches you Fa is called your top Bokor, means your father priest. Or yeah, father priest, top Bokor. So our ancestors will let you stay with your top Bokor, and your top Bokor will be teaching you through practical ways from you observing what he is doing. And then also there are certain ache that will be done for you so that the things that they are teaching you, you will remember. So if it has not been done like that, there will be no Bokor that can interpret all the pollens. It's because the person who is also interpreting the pollen had learned from somebody. So yes, our forefathers, when they initiate people into Bokor or priesthood, they train them to be able to know how to do divination and also how to interpret the poly, because the polys are all in coded forms. So you must know how to decode them. You must also know the songs of each poly. You must also know all the herbs that are in that poly. You will also know all the deities that are in that particular poly. So each poly that falls has its own herbs that will be done. The way the sacrifice is supposed to be performed, the meaning or the story, not the story only. There is the proverb of the poly is there to be known. Then the stories. Each poly has so many stories in it, not one story. You also know the stories in the poly, and finally the vosa. What vosa to do when such a poly falls for a person, so that you can be a full-fledged Bokor. When problem come to you, you will be able to do it. But in today's modern day, because of time factor, people don't even have the time to stay at your place more than 2 weeks, 1 month to learn. And 1 month, 2 weeks, or from 2 weeks to 1 month, what can you learn? We are talking about Afa, which has got 256 oracles, and each oracle has got about 16 stories in it. How can you know all the herbs and all the stories, the proverbs, and all these things within 1 month? No, it's not possible. That's why today's Fa, we only know little. Know 1 or 2 stories, or just one single story of one poly. Then you consult with other priests that are more advanced than you in Afa. If you don't understand something, you ask them to tell you. But if it was in the olden days, you would have stayed with that master or teacher that it teaches you all the working of Afa, so that when you leave the shrine, you are a full-fledged priest or priestess, where you can now take care of other people and also probably initiate other people and guide them. But today, with time, everybody is busy and in a hurry. We cannot do things into detail. But yes, but there are some people still do it today. There are some people who will send their children to go and stay with them Bokor to learn. And that child probably may not be going to normal school like other children, but what he is learning is full wisdom of life. And tomorrow, that person may not have the kind of education people respect as education. But when the person sits down and talk and tell you about life, your PhD, doctorate degrees are all nothing. So yes, that's why it used to be. And still, if a person who is willing to learn that way, still the doors are all open for them. Thank you very much, Delali Say, for that question. And then I have Mike Thomas. Hello, Papa. Are there spirits that affect the blood? Maybe cause women to over menstruate or cause anemia and low iron levels? There is possibility that it could happen like that, but I cannot be 100% sure. But I know that they say that there are certain shrines where when you are a woman in your monthly cycle, you are not supposed to go in front of the spirit, because it is believed that when the spirit sees you in your menstrual cycle or period, your blood will not stop flowing. You will have a continuous blood flow. And that is why those spirits are, people are advised not to go uh, when they are in their monthly cycles. But today we are living in a world where women are equal to men and men are equal to women, and we all have equal rights. Some women will not want to listen when you tell them. They say, "Oh, why?" You know, all kind of things. But until you experiment and you experience, you will know why. That's why sometimes nobody forces you. When they advise you and you don't listen, that's your own problem. So there may be shrines or spirits that do not like to see menstrual blood. And then whether spirits can cause people to have anemia and low iron levels, yes, that also could happen, because when you are having a witch attack, what we call a J, witches attack in our culture, of course you can become anemic because you will be losing blood, and you will become weak, and you will be looking very pale, you will be sick here and there. And in the crude language, they say the witches are drinking your blood. That's the crude way of saying it. And yeah, people who feel that they know. There used to be one of my grandchildren when she was very, very small. The father brought her here, and then one day I was praying. They stayed in my house for about 2 or 3 days, I think. When I was praying, so she came out and she asked me that, do I like witches? And I said no. Then I asked her. She was just about 4 or 5 years old then. Yeah, very young, very small. 5 years it means to. Then I said no, I don't like witches. Then I asked her why was she asking me that question. Then she said because every night the witches are coming to drink her blood, and she does not like them, but they are coming to drink her blood. So I had to do something quickly to protect her, and now she's a very grown up girl. I think she's now about 18, 20 years, or 18 plus years old. So it does happen sometimes. Things happen like that. So when witches are in your sickness or are worrying you, you can become anemic and maybe low iron levels. I don't know about iron level, but I know you can become anemic sometimes. Thank you, Mike Thomas. Thank you very much. And okay, Jalil say thank you for answering my question. Grateful. I found this channel on my journey of acquiring knowledge about every traditional religion and spirituality, as well as other African traditional religions. Thank you very much, Jalil. Thank you very much. Then we have Anthony X. What different forms of magic are there? I don't know how many different forms of magic are there, Anthony, but I know that we have spiritual magic and we also have entertainment magic. These two I know. The spiritual magic can vary from different things, from Vodou to whatever you may call it. And the entertainment magic is more illusion and tricks. So, in my understanding of magic, there are two forms of magic. Maybe there are many, and one is spiritual magic, and then the other is entertainment magic. Thank you, Anthony X. Okay, I think we are almost at the end of today's section. And if anybody wanted to ask me any question, either on Clubhouse, Zoom, Facebook, or video. Yes, go ahead, please.
Question. What is your definition of a witch?
Okay, my definition of a witch is anybody who is mentally against you. Anyone who doesn't want to see you progress, anyone who is against your development, anyone who, when they see you moving forward, are not happy. Such people are called witches in my definition. Welcome, thank you. Thank you very much. And what do you understand about witches?
I think we have a similar idea. Like I think just because we're here in North America, there's a certain type of person, there's a glamorizing of witchcraft. But there's so many different types of spiritual beliefs and paths. But I look at it as more of a malicious intent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so people who have malicious intention towards you can be regarded as witches in your life. They may be witches against you, but they may not be witches to other people. But to you, so long as they are, as long as their intentions are malicious, you can regard them as witches. Now, are you controlling the listening, or it's just going by itself, the Zoom?
Okay, Pop, but this is my last one. But this is a remake. You spoke to us maybe 2 weeks ago about cleansing herbs. I want to make sure with the garlic and the yacca, and it was 2 other herbs.
One is
I want to make sure that I have those.
One of the herb is called Avenya, the boundary tree. Avenya is called boundary tree. Yeah, that's how it's called, boundary tree. And then the other one is Siosio Hagbe Dame. I think, yeah, Siosio Dame Hagbe. That is the same herb, but it's having so many names. But the Avis call it Dame.
Okay.
And some people call it a hagbe because it can be used as a broom. It can be used as a broom to sweep the house. So it's called a hagbe. But then it's the Avis call it Dame. I don't have the English name for it, but I think Senna will find you. Post it on Senna's post it on what do you call it, Clubhouse, and Senna will be able to find you the English equivalent, or maybe the Spanish name. Then it can be easier for you to get it.
Is it this right here?
You say, give me the dame. Yeah, me le fimi la pou le fimi le kwa. Ko pe TV. Okay, this is a dry form of it. I don't know how you can see. Some people call it St. Michael's herb because it has yellow flowers. This is the dry form of it. It grows like this in the ground, and then you pull it out and you can use it. So this is how it is. I don't have any fresh one in the house. Otherwise, I would have shown you the fresh one, and you can picture it, and then probably you use the plant name. There's an app that tells you the name of a plant in other languages, and you can get it anyway. Okay, come and take it. Is it?
I sent him
The names of this. Okay. Yes.
Papa.
Shamba, wait on. I think Baba Wakiri is saying something. Please do it so that I can see the picture. Yeah. No, Said, you are not controlling this thing well. When the person is talking, usually the person's picture comes big. Then what is happening again?
I was sending him the names.
Okay, Shamba, go ahead.
Oh, Papa, I was just going to say that app for herbs is called Picture This.
What is it called?
It's called Picture This.
Picture it.
No, Picture This. Like this. THIS.
Picture this. Yeah, that's the app. Yes, picture this. Yeah, right. That's true. So you should write that one to the picture this. That app can tell people about herbs.
Yeah, I'm going to call Shamba too.
Yeah,
I don't do a phone call.
Okay. There's an app called Picture This and Plant Planet. Picture This and Plant Planet. There are two different apps. And when you have those apps, when I send you the picture of the plant, you can easily compare it. Or when you see a plant, when you snap it, it will try to tell you its name and the locations and places that you can find such herbs. Yeah. It's called Picture This and then Plant Net. Yeah. Yes, Elena Pelu wanted to say something. Hello. Yes, please can you bring her?
Yes, as you were going through the plants and herbs for about the last 2 years, do you have anything for like energy, keeping you tired throughout the day?
Energy in which sense?
Like you can have a lot of work to do and just energy to kind of get everything done.
Okay, with us here, it is the wisdom or the knowledge of the herbs that we put together. You know that these herbs, when they are together, they can do this. You know that you don't need to be feeding energy or not. Because you see, our practices here are very, very practical, and it is devoid of delusions and imagination, unnecessary imaginations and all these things. Because we are not doing the religious aspect of Afar or Vodou. We are doing the practical aspect of Afar and Vodou. We don't need belief and faith to make things happen. So that trying to feel the energy or not, does not really matter. We are doing the practical aspect. You put them together, you have the knowledge and you know this and this and that. When they come together, that's it. People don't need to feel any energy, whether the herb is having energy or not. It does not matter. It's the wisdom that you know that herb A, herb B, C, D, when they are put together, things will happen. And when you put them together and things start happening, that practicality gives you assurance that this is correct. You don't need to feel energies of anything. We are not building I don't build my teachings on faith and belief. I build them on practicality.
Papa, I think she was talking about some, just like in the formula that you gave me was to cleanse away negative energy. Is it a formula if you're tired a lot during the day to help your energy?
Okay. If that, No, it does everything. It's not necessarily that you are tired or not. Even if you are sick, or things are not going on well in your life, even your own spiritual practices are, you are not finding a way, you are doing prayers and doing rituals, but you are not finding answers, or they are not working practically for you. Those herbs will change the whole vibration of you, and whatever is trying to influence your personal vibration will be kicked out, and you'll be your real self again, full of energy to be able to do whatever. So if you want to use it for tiredness, or you're having challenges with your business, you are having challenges with dealing with people, you're having challenges with dealing with spirits, whatever is happening, when you back those combinations, the only advice is when you back that combination, don't go into your spirits or go into the room where you keep your spirit, or the altar where you keep your spirits, because you will also be angering them, because it will be showing as if you are trying to kick them away. Because it's a key that pushes away spirits so that they can be attentive and become attentive to you and kind of afraid of you, like you are now a master. So it is, the spirits also do not want you to back those heads, even good spirits. Supposing you have offended your spirits, or you've done something that you feel that is bad, and you have offended the spirits, and you are not very sure whether the spirits are listening to you or not. When you bath those herbs, and the following day you bath normal water before approaching your spirits, everything becomes normal again. You neutralize the negativity from every angle. It is not just these things I don't teach. Usually I'll charge you before giving you these secrets, but then here we are. You people are very far away. How am I going to charge you before giving you this secret? But use it for your own benefit and help others with it. You're welcome. Thank you too.
Thank you. We thank you.
Thank you.
We know it's not free, but we thank you. I just want to thank you, and I know everyone appreciates you, especially here in the diaspora. You know, we have all been through a lot, but over here, I am thankful for us to have what we have. Very thankful. I'm thankful for every spirit that I have, but I'm also thankful when we meet someone in the homeland to be able to help us strip just a little bit of what we have continuously endured and what we are enduring, and having this separation from who we are, and breaking this level of niggerization off of us by blessing us with some things. So we are very grateful. We are very grateful.
Thank you all.
We pray that the Spirit will continue to bless you and keep you here with us to teach as long as you can.
Thank you very much, Baba Wakiri, and everybody else.
Papa, good evening. Please ask a question.
Okay, go ahead, Nuku.
Yeah, Papa, I'll just ask a follow-up on the question about the witchcraft.
Yes.
Is it that is witchcraft is like it's a human activity? So is that there is no energy like that of witchcraft, or is strictly a human activity, or the human mind having negative thoughts about some of the wishing past to come? Is there like a separate spirit out there, energy that is some kind of a witchcraft energy, or is strictly a human activity?
Okay, Nuku, I understood your question. You see, everything that happens here on this physical plane has got a replica on the spiritual plane, or in the psychic or metaphysical plane. Okay? So everything that is there also have here, because so when we are as human beings, we are dealing with the spirit world, that means there is a spirit in certain other world that we are dealing with, to invite them to come to the physical plane and work with us, help us to solve our problem. So the spirit of witchcraft is there physically somewhere, or it is there in the psychic plane or in the metaphysical world. When you as a human being, you begin to have jealousy, anger, envy, and the thought of distraction toward your fellow human being, this spirit, particular witchcraft spirit, will possess you, come into you, and use you like an instrument to destroy. Just like how we are also using the positive spirits to use us as human beings to help other people and create and lives and protect lives. So it is that energy of witchcraft is an energy which can easily possess you or use you if you have negative mind towards your fellow human being.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's an alternative now.
So it is an energy that exists and can easily possess other human beings who are also negatively thinking beings to be able to do harm to others by the spirit infiltrating through them to destroy other people.
Okay, I guess. Thank you, Papa.
Welcome, Niku. Thank you too. What is the time now? Everybody who is the technical team.
5:47.
Okay, so we should, I think, if we don't have any question. Okay, we have Annabelle here. Annabelle White is I greet you, Grandpa. I'm watching you from my home. Great work. Thank you very much, Annabelle. Very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think here we are done with YouTube, with Facebook, Clubhouse. I think we are also almost done with Clubhouse, and the final is the Zoom. I think we have almost everybody who was here. We spoke with them, unless of course anybody wants to speak from any of the platform. Please, I'll give you one more chance. If there's anything to say, let's go ahead with that so that I can now close today's section. I want one person from Zoom, one person from Clubhouse, Facebook, and YouTube. Anyone of you who wanted to ask any final question, please, let's go ahead.
What is that final question? Since I lost something, I don't know.
Okay, Esco, yes, thank you very much. And I think when I am done, I will look onto my phone and see your WhatsApp message and we can chat. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bokor, this is Zio
Yes,
in Los
Zio.
Angeles on Clubhouse.
Yes, Zio.
Is there a certain amount of time that is like set for someone to become a priest or priestess in Vodou, like there is in Ifa? I think it's 7 years for Babalaos. I just wondered if there's the same thing for.
There's no amount of time that is set for you to become a Babalao or to become a Vodou priest. The time there's no set amount time.
No.
It's not like a school of divinity where you have to go for some years before you get this. Spirituality is a practical thing. I'll bring this story in before finally answering your question. Have you heard about the Middle Ages when witches were being burnt?
Yes.
And Joan of Arc was burnt.
Yes.
Okay, who was Joan of Arc?
You want me to answer?
Yes, if you have some idea.
All I know is that she was a woman, and I know that there are a lot of female historians who really admire her, And I also know that there was a lot of trouble happening in Europe at that time. The social circumstances and the political situation made it so that women who were white European women, or any women in Europe who were healers, were being attacked and burned as witches. And meanwhile, around the same time, medical schools were being established for men to take over the healing from the women.
Yeah, you're very right.
That's all I know.
You're very right. You see, Joan of Arc was a young woman who, fortunately, and also unfortunately, who had got the sixth sense. She could see, she could hear. And the Pope, who was the head of the church and who was in alliance with politicians, they themselves could not even hear anything. They couldn't see anything. So for them, a person who is not trained in the mystics as the church trained people is able to see and is able to hear and is a woman, that alone was a threat to the papal establishment, where cardinals, popes were the voices of God and spirit. And Joan of Arc was such a person who had the sixth sense and was able to see into the future. So when she communicated these things to some of the cardinals or people of the church class, they termed her as a witch. And they had to kill her because she does not belong to their class. So for spiritual learning and teaching, or divine interventions and learning divinity or spiritual things, it's not how many years that you learn it. The secret is, who is your teacher? How close are spirits to you? How is your own self development within you before you are coming on the path that you chose? These things make a very big difference. So to say that you have to learn about 7 years to be a babalawo, yes, in the cases of some people who may not be as sharp as they should be by picking up whatever they are being taught. But some people can also take only a few years and get to the top by learning faster than other people. So it is not really that it will be until you are 7 years, you learn for 7 good years before you become babalawo. Your own learning time will tell you when you are good to be able to declare yourself a teacher, or your teacher may be able to tell you that, oh, where you are rich now, you can also teach, or you have the idea, you have the knowledge, you can teach. So it is not a set boundary that you have to take 7 years before you become a babalawo. And Vodou, how many years did they say Vodou you have to take before you become a Vodou? Zil?
Yes, thank you. I thought I had unmuted to say thank you. And I have one more question.
No, I was asking how many. I was asking the question. How many years do they say? They say babalawo will be 7 years, and how many years do they say you have to take before you become a Vodou priest?
Wait, are you asking me?
Yes.
You said that there's no set time.
Yeah, I am saying there's no set time for anything, but you were saying that how long, and you say babalawo is 7 years and Vodou priest will be how many years? What did they say to you before?
No, I never heard anything about that. I was just curious.
Okay. There's no set time. It is all up to who is teaching you and how quick you are able to learn. There are so many rituals to be done, and if your teacher is able to do them and knows how to do them, then of course you will learn faster. It is your dedication to what you want to do, and giving time is what will give you to know. And when they initiate you, whether spirits are able to communicate with you immediately or it takes time, that is personal thing. It's not a set frame. Lamin, the monitor will be going off, so please restart it. So yes, go with your second question, Phil.
Okay, my next question is a very different question. Hello, can you hear me? I'm having some trouble with my sound. So my question is about it's sort of a issue that's been bothering me, and that is that we've had two major comedians in the United States be attacked, from, and
Can you bring your bring your mouth closer to the?
One aspect of thinking about it is the role of comedy.
Can you bring your mouth a little bit closer to the?
Behind African American culture, there are many different African cultures that contribute to how we are, who we are, how we think, and so I wondered about the role of comedy in spiritual settings or in the culture anyway, and just, I don't know, anything that you want to say.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Very concerned about,
Okay, I don't know about a role.
Where comedians are being attacked, and where so many people seem to not understand the concept of censorship and like how that can work for and against people. So if they believe, for example, that it's okay for comedians to be attacked, which to me comedians have like a special role in society, a special type of healer, as far as I'm concerned, when it's used well. And so, I don't know, my thoughts are kind of all over the place. I just really wanted to hear you talk about it.
Oh, I don't think we have any role of comedian in our community setup, because it's just like you are asking me what is the role of a carpenter in a Vodou, or what is the role of a farmer in a Vodou, or what is the role of somebody who is driving a car in Vodou. There is no role that I am aware of. People have their own what do you call it, professions and careers. And that doesn't have anything to do with Vodou. It's an individual affair. Vodou is an individual affair. If a comedian is practicing Vodou, then that is his own way. But there is no set guru that this is a role of a comedian or an entertainer in Vodou. There's nothing like that. I don't know anything about that.
Well, maybe I should change the word from comedians to, and just say in general humor. Like the griots, for example, in like Senegal and places like that, maybe they have like a strong role that has to do with humor. In African American culture, some preachers have they use humor a lot as they're preaching, and I'm just thinking about those kind of things. I know that there are jesters in Europe.
Yeah, I think that comedy or entertainment or whatever is all an individual skill when it comes to speaking, public speaking. It is usually individual skill. If there are some people who are just good teachers and they use all kinds of humor and different kinds of demonstrations to teach. So, because we have proverbs in our culture, whereby people will use proverbs to teach. That, like, one of the Afar proverbs is like, an animal that has a very long tail should not jump over fire. Okay?
Yeah.
An animal that has a long tail should not jump over fire. Because when you jump over fire, your tail is still inside the fire. So we have proverbs and all these things, but these are all individual ways of presenting your life, and I don't think it is the way of Vodou or whatever, but it is individual skills that they can use in teaching and explaining whatever they teach to the society, and later these things are written down and become proverbs of African proverbs in general. So whether in the African American culture, where comedy and other ways are used by preachers to teach. I think it's their individualism. It does not form any part of what they are teaching. It is their own individual talents and skills that they can use to explain things so that other people could understand easily. That's what it is. Doesn't come with the spirituality of the whatever spirituality they are practicing, whether it's Christianity or whatever. Because some are born naturally teachers, and some are also born natural comedians. People are born natural whatever, and there are people who, when they plant a plant for you, the plant will grow very well. So their hands are good to plant. There are some people, when they plant, no matter how much they are watering the plant will die. So it's nature. So to say that comedy or gesture or these special skills that are in African Americans in the preaching and all this thing is coming from their spiritual background. No, there is no set rules like that. Even though people have proverbs and use different metaphors and all this thing to teach. It is a skill that an individual may learn from people who were their teachers, and they can use them in their teaching, but it has nothing to do with the spirituality.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you too. Okay, I think.
Abba,
Yes.
I'm here at Lake Bar, and I was about to send the gunpowder. So I'm just telling Lake Bar to send you for your enemies. All your enemies should fail, and we should continue to have long life.
Thank you, Shamba. I'm very grateful. Thank you. You have some gunpowder with you?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's fine. So when you do the prayers finish, just blow the gunpowder for it, and it will take it into the spirit well.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's very good. So we'll talk after the program.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And then we have a Facebook, somebody with a Spanish. I don't read Spanish. I cannot understand Spanish. The person's name is Nigrum Stella Salvatore Mayos. I don't know what that message is. It's on this thing. But then I think the person is talking about something to do with Black Sun. I don't know. Maybe we need to translate that into English to be able to read it. And then we have custody. Papa, is there anything like a good witch? I don't know. Custody. I don't know who is a good witch or who is a bad witch. A witch is a witch. If he wants to use it for good, he will use it for good. If he wants to use it for bad, he will use it for bad. But it's a witch, it's a witch. But in our language, even language, I've never heard of any good witch before. I don't know in other cultures, but in our language, when we talk about witch, it's not anything to do with any good thing at all. People may have their own ways of calling, but in our every culture, when they call you a witch, it's not a good name. And then we have Bolaji Ali say, good evening, Papa. Greetings to the entire AMT family. Please, Papa, can you tell us more about Akpo? Thank you. Oh, Bolaji, you came too late because I'm about to close the section. Akpo is simply the name Akpo. As you can hear, it's also a Yoruba word which means a sack or pocket. A sack, Akpo, which the Avis also call it Akpo, just like how the Yorubas also call it Akpo, sack or pocket. What it is in the Akpo is we have different spiritual ones apart from the normal empty pocket and empty sacks. And the one we call Akpo is actually also a herbal combination of different things. And inside this Vodou, it has so many things in nature that is directly related, that has words that can command and control nature. when they are altered. They bring changes into this thing, and it's a very high spiritual key in Vodou, and they are not given to children, actually. Unless, of course, you know your children, then you know whether to give them or not to give them. But there it is for protection, for healing, and also to control situations that are not easily controllable. Thank you very much, Bolaji. Who is the last one then? Okay, we have Ashui Nyanwe Escape. Greetings, Papa. God bless you. If you are supposed to be a priest, can you be given direction through dreams? Yes, you can. Sometimes, if your dreams are real, yes, you can be given a direction through dreams, because our dreams are like the gateway into our subconscious minds. So your dreams are like gateway to your subconscious mind. You see things, or you get into that state through dreams, and you can be given direction. Your destiny, your essay will guide you, and sometimes it comes in the forms of dream to let you to know what you are supposed to be doing here. Thank you very much, Ashley. And then Vivian Bakai said, please, Papa is tired, let him close this. I said, Papa is tired, let him close the section so he can rest. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm going to close the section now, and I pray for all you, everybody who have been part of today's section. I pray for you. I thank God and thank the ancestors and the deities and the divinities that are working with me and working with all of you. May this coming week be a fruitful one for you. And those who are looking for a job, may you get job. Those who are looking for opportunities, may the doors be open for you. May your ancestors and the divinities and the deities that you are in touch with and connected to, may they open the doors for you. May a new dawn break for you as we live here. Thank you, everybody, and may the ancestors continue to be with you, bless you, all of you, till next week. All of you be blessed. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye to all of you. Bye. Bye-bye.